tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and in accordance with the enhanced transparency requirements set out in the amended policy on tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the immense honour to table in both official languages the Economic Impact Assessment for the Canada-Indonesia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions, and these returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between Canada and Indonesia. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for York South, Weston, Etobicoke.
Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the following 2 reports from the Standing Committee of the House of Commons Foreign Affairs and Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. The 4th report, entitled Haiti's Multifaceted Crisis and Canada's Response, and the 5th report regarding the statement of the Subcommittee on International Human Rights titled Attacks on Christians and Wider Violence in Nigeria. Pursuant to Standing Order 1009, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to each of these 2 reports, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Seconded by Mr. Lamoureux. Moves. No? Sorry. J'ai lu. Oh, first reading of, sorry, my apologies. Introduction of private members bills.
Wait, no, this is first reading of Senate public bills.
Oh, first reading of Senate public bills. Right, it's an S201. Okay, Mr. Coteau, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that Bill S201, an act respecting a national framework on sickle cell disease, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Woburn.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise to introduce Bill S201, the National Framework on Sickle Cell Disease Act. Sickle cell disease is one of the most common genetic conditions in the world, yet it remains largely invisible in our healthcare system. Here in Canada, thousands of people, disproportionately from Africa, the Caribbean, Middle East, South Asia, Mediterranean, other racialized communities, live with daily pain, frequent hospitalizations, and systemic barriers to care. This bill would require the federal government to work with patients, healthcare professionals, provinces and territories, and community organizations to develop a comprehensive national framework. It would improve awareness and training in our health system, support research and a national registry, promote universal newborn screening and timely diagnosis, and establish a national standard of care. It would also require public awareness, family supports, and equitable access to essential treatment, including blood products and emerging therapies. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the advocates from across Canada, especially the Canadian Association of Sickle Cell, for their advocacy on this specific bill. It's taken a long time to get here. Thank you very much.
I should mention that, in fact, the bill is seconded by Mr. Hussein. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present on behalf of the constituents of Sherbrooke and the Eastern Townships a petition on an important issue connected to the environment, and it's in the context of the motion M15 by my colleague from Rome, Mississauga. Canada is already protecting major environmentally sensitive areas. This petition calls to extend the Natural Heritage Conservation Program and to create a fund to protect natural spaces forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for the third time on behalf of the people of Dauphin, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. Residents of Dauphin and the Parkland region are demanding that the Liberal government repeal their soft on crime policies that have fueled a surge in crime throughout their communities. Since 2015, there's been a 54% increase in violent crime and a 75% increase in sexual assaults across Canada. Petitioners are deeply concerned of what they read in the local newspapers, including on a November report that a Dauphin RCMP are searching for a wanted man with 3 separate arrest warrants. Mr. Speaker, the people of Dauphin and the Parkland region demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft on crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Dauphin.
L'honorable député de Montmorency.
The honourable member from Montmorency, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling a petition from constituents in my riding and elsewhere in Quebec who are currently concerned. They're concerned because of the endangered species, which is the striped bass. And our fishermen are witnesses to this every day. The petition asks for the experts to take stock of the situation, to work with our fishermen, and to restore the sports fishery so that the situation gets back under control. This is important for the fish, but also for the fishermen who depend on them to survive. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for a second time to table a petition from Canadians alarmed by this Liberal government's manipulation of our national books. They are calling for honesty and integrity in fiscal reporting, demanding an end to the Liberal practice of redefining capital investments just to shrink the deficit on paper. Under this scheme, subsidies, tax breaks, corporate handouts, and magically rebranded as investments, even though they build nothing the government actually owns. Petitioners warn.
Is the honourable member reading from the petition or from prepared comments? Because when we present petitions, we cannot move into debate. So no, but are they the petition, or I would ask the member to stay focused on the wording of the petition as opposed to making comments about government policy, or because then we veer into debate, and we can't do that in petitions. I know the honourable member is a new member, and I probably would have done the same thing.
Thank you. I take that as a compliment. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to table a petition from Canadians alarmed by this Liberal government's manipulation of our national books. They are calling for honesty and integrity in fiscal reporting, demanding an end to the practice of redefining capital investments to shrink the deficit on paper. Under this practice, subsidies, tax breaks, corporate handouts are rebranded as investments, even though the government will actually own nothing. Petitioners warn that changing accounting rules when deficits are ballooning, the economy is slowing, and fiscal anchors are already abandoned is reckless and dangerous. Because redefining the numbers doesn't build confidence. It doesn't build our economy. And a government that cannot live within its means will never be able to make life affordable for those who must live within theirs. I thank the citizens who brought this forward.
The honourable member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table a petition on behalf of the people of Abbotsford South Langley, a petition with 374 residents that have signed off on it. For those who struggle with mental health challenges and seek help are brave. this petition recognizes that every person deserves to live in safety and dignity. Abusing medical assistance and dying for those who want to live is a sad scar on Canadian healthcare history. We look forward to hearing from the governments for their response. The second petition that I rise for the fourth time in this House to raise on behalf of the residents of Abbotsford South Langley are for the people who are deeply concerned about the increasing prevalence of organized crime, extortion, shootings, and intimidation in our community. Recent daylight shootings, homicides, and other violent incidents underscore a broader systematic public safety crisis in our country. The petitioners mourn the tragic death of Darshan Singh Sassi. These residents call upon the Government of Canada to reinforce the process of public reporting so Canadians can clearly see how the federal, the provincial, and local municipalities are working together to further prevent increases in violent and organized crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the order paper?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons. Resuming debate on Bill C-12 at report stage, strengthening Canada's Immigration System and Borders Act. Resuming debate on the motions in group number 1.
The Honourable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, I'm very pleased to rise in the House today to recommend Bill C-12, which would strengthen the immigration system and Canada's borders. I'd like to begin by thanking members of the Standing Committee on Public Safety for their in-depth study of the bill and how seriously they dealt with their proceedings. I'd also like to thank the many witnesses who shared their comments and suggestions about Bill C-12. Our border with the U.S. is the longest in the world. Every day, $3.6 billion worth of goods cross the border and some 4 million people, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Our RCMP officers and CBSA officers work hard so that our border remains one of the safest in the world. However, we have to keep changing our methods, just like the criminals and organized crime are doing. That's why C-12 is so important. It will amend our acts so that law and order has the tools and the funding they need to confront the threats at our border. There are 3 parts to the bill: strengthening border safety, fighting organized crime and transnational crime, and the illicit traffic in drugs and money laundering. Also, the irregular movements across the border, including asylum seekers. In order to strengthen border safety, Bill C-12 would change the Customs Act to protect our borders against illegal drug trafficking, the weapons trade, and auto theft. On that final point, the owners at certain border crossings will be required to make their facilities available to inspectors from CBSA, including inspecting goods destined for export. This will be important in the fight against vehicle theft. The bill will also amend the Oceans Act to add activities related to safety to the number of services already provided by the Coast Guard. This will allow the Coast Guard to do security patrols and to gather and share information for security purposes. When it comes to information exchange, the bill would strengthen the RCMP's ability to share information on sexual offenders with their counterparts, both domestically and internationally. And the border security measures are rounded out by measures against transnational organized crime, in particular when it comes to money laundering. Transnational organized crime groups cannot do what they do if they don't have access to money. So the process that they use by blocking their access to funds that will undermine their illegal activities. The bill also calls for tougher sentences for money laundering. The fines are increased 40 times by a factor of 40 in order to further discourage money laundering activities. The bill will also provide for greater cooperation and oversight and more inspection to ensure compliance with regulations. And so there will be greater information sharing with HoC, the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions. All the measures put forward in Bill C-12 will strengthen current efforts to protect our border from coast to coast to coast. Included in that is cells that will coordinate operations. They're based on existing cooperation mechanisms, but the aim is to improve information exchange and better target transnational organized crime as well as money laundering operations, drug trafficking. The government is also establishing an integrated intelligence partnership with the major banks. This partnership will bolster our ability to share and use financial information to counter the traffic in fentanyl and other financial crimes. Also, C-12 includes better cooperation between Canadian and U.S. authorities. We've identified 8 transnational crime organizations that have been put on the list of terrorist organizations under the Criminal Code.
Ceci dans la mesure où
Of course, we all understand that transnational organized crime groups are a serious threat both to our allies as well as to our own security. So it's important to marshal all resources to neutralize them. C-12 goes hand in hand with another bill, which was already tabled, Bill C-2, which concerns border security. These measures will allow law and order to deal with the threats they face by enhancing access to information and sharing of information, and by imposing new restrictions on deposits made by third parties and major funds transfers. This will make things easier. So this is why we drafted C-12. C-12 will move us forward in the fight against these activities together with C-2. So once again, Mr. Speaker, C-12 provides for the tools needed to protect Canadians, and I'm counting on my colleagues here to pass this bill swiftly so that we can implement these essential measures as soon as possible. Thank you.
And comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to be able to rise in this House and engage in debate and ask some questions. We've seen over time, the issue of the border is a big one. I'm just wondering if the member has any thoughts about as to when the government's going to go ahead and start the process of getting the 1,000 CBSA guards that they promised that they would have in the election.
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Safety.
oui, certainement. Merci beaucoup de la...
Yes, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. The work to determine where those agents will be working has been done. The budgets were recently approved, Mr. Speaker, and the arrangements have been made with the various schools in Rigaud for the Border Services Agency and at the depot in Saskatchewan for the RCMP. The president of the Canada Border Services Agency and the commissioner of the RCMP estimate that over the next 3 years, those 1,000 additional agents will be in place.
North.
Just to add on, when the member says, the 1,000 new RCMP officers being added that the Prime Minister committed to, the 1,000 new border control officers that are being added, there has been a substantial commitment to Canadians to deal with the issue of border security along with crime. We have a number of pieces of legislation that's before the House dealing with things such as bail reform legislation, securing the border. And yes, it's nice that we're making some progress the opposition has allowed to pass, but would the member not agree that given the election commitment and the election platform, the general feeling that Canadians have of seeing things like bail reform pass through, wouldn't it be a nice thing to see the Conservative Party relax their stubbornness and allow us to get other legislation like bail reform?
The Honourable Parliamentary Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order. We were doing so good. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that at this time of the year, yeah, indeed, it would be the opportunity to call for collaboration from everyone so that we can put in place measures that a vast majority of colleagues in this House want to see put in place, by which I mean more severe sentencing and a reform of the bail system, as well as more severe penalties for those who perpetrate sexual assault and other crimes. So those are measures that I hope we'll be able to implement as soon as the beginning of next year. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's true, it's the holiday season. We'll be nice with our comments and our questions because we don't want to leave here on a bum note, but here the government has come in with C-12. Before it was C-2, which was even stronger. My Conservative colleague with whom I sit on the committee, the Immigration Committee, we've worked on this. We've made some changes. I think we've made C-12 better. The question that I'm wondering, and I'd like to ask my colleague to answer this question, if we've got measures that are so strong, so important to change what's happening with the border and with immigration, because it also affects the Immigration Act, what happened under 10 years of Liberal governments that today we need C-12? How is it that we're forced, Mr. Speaker, and this is my question to my colleague, how is it that they're forced to come in with a bill that, brings major changes to 3 departments, immigration, justice? How is it that this is necessary when the Liberals have been in power for 10 years? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, Mr. Speaker. What's important to understand is that when it comes to fighting crime and when it comes to making changes to immigration, these are dynamic processes. They're processes that change depending on what's happening around the world, how organized crime changes their means of operating. They become more sophisticated. It depends on the way that illicit drugs are being transported. We have to fight new ways of money laundering. So it's important for the government to be dynamic and make changes so that we can face the changing situation. I think the government has demonstrated that it is listening, that it's listening to our police services and to public service organizations so that we can fight crime effectively and protect Canadians.
Reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the good people of Abbotsford South Langley as I rise to speak on Bill C-12, legislation that has potential to strengthen Canada, but unfortunately misses the mark once again. Conservatives, to show we are a government in waiting, propose multiple constructive amendments in the immigration components of Bill C-12 in an attempt to improve the legislation and fix Canada's broken immigration system. For years, Canadians have carried the weight of an economy strained by inflation while also enduring unacceptable wait times in our healthcare system. At the same time, foreign nationals who have committed heinous crimes, including sexual offenses, remain in Canada without being deported. Disturbingly, even the Minister of Public Safety was unable to say where these individuals are or to provide any clarity on their current location or our immigration levels. When our country faces this degree of scarcity, it is no wonder that Canadians feel jaded. The support systems that they rely on are simply not there. At the core of this challenge is the overwhelming pressure placed on our infrastructure by unregulated immigration. When the Liberals accept bogus visa applications, ignore the urgent housing needs across the country, and allow crime to run rampant, it is our citizens who bear the brunt of this scarcity. There are now over 3 million temporary residents in Canada, far more than our country can sustainably support. This rampant and unplanned growth has crowded our housing market, pushed rents and home prices beyond reach, and left fewer opportunities for our next generation of Canadians who are trying to enter the workforce. Families feel the ripple effect in every corner of their lives, from longer wait times in the emergency rooms to rising classroom sizes to basic challenges of finding an affordable shelter. This is not an abstract policy problem. It is a lived reality for Canadians who see their communities stretched thin while the federal government continues to operate without a plan. By refusing to regulate intake levels responsibly or enforce existing systems with seriousness, the Liberals have allowed pressure to build to a point where our infrastructure simply cannot keep up. Canadians expect compassion in immigration, but they also expect competence. Right now, they are getting neither. Prior to the challenges within Bill C-12, the strain on Canadian infrastructure would have continued unchecked. The amendments proposed by the opposition would introduce a measure of steadiness, structure, and accountability into the immigration system that has grown chaotic under the Liberal government's management. It would also ensure that criminals would be prosecuted for their crimes in Canada. These changes are not radical. They are responsible steps to ensure that Canada welcomes newcomers in a way that is sustainable, fair, safe for everyone. A few of the Conservative amendments which passed with support across party lines in the Standing Committee on Public Safety, which I am proudly a part of, will instate harsher penalties for those convicted of human trafficking. Individuals convicted of human trafficking face fines up to $1 million or life imprisonment. Corporations will also face fines up to $25 million for trafficking offenses. But the Liberals must answer why they voted down one particularly important amendment, one that would deny asylums to any claimant deemed a danger to national security. Why are the Liberals so reluctant to hold criminal behavior accountable? There are also immense pressures on housing, the backlog removal orders, the surge in temporary residents, and the gaps in enforcement that are not problems and require another year of paperwork to diagnose. See, Mr. Speaker, these problems are obvious, they're urgent, and already well understood by Canadians. Statistics Canada has revealed that the Liberals have failed to account for an astonishing 38% of temporary residents. And this is in the most recent census. This comes after reports earlier this fall showing that more than 1 million temporary residents hold visas that are about to expire, and the Liberals have admitted that they have no plan to ensure these non-citizens would depart after those visas expire. For months, they even resisted Conservative calls to release basic entry and exit data. This raises serious concern about the accuracy of their information that they rely on. Throughout this process, our Conservative team has been working tirelessly to strengthen our immigration system and hold this Liberal government's incompetence to account. Canadians are demanding tangible change. They are asking for the government to enforce its own laws, create efficiency in an overwhelmed system, protect public safety, and ensure immigration happens in a fair and sustainable way. These amendments create a structure for greater scrutiny, but scrutiny alone is not enough. What is needed is now political will and decisive action, real, concrete reform, rather than more bureaucratic delays. Canadians deserve confidence that an individual to leave Canada will do so. The same is true for our provinces, whose hospitals and classrooms have been placed under immense strain after a decade of Liberal mass immigration. If the Liberals actually meet their commitments to hire 1,000 new CBSA employees, there will be a vast improvement in our country's safety. However, there is a track record that keeps leaving Canadians uncertain. My community has been under constant danger with the rise of extortion and gun crime. Given that I represent a border riding, it is abundantly clear to me and my community members that the smuggling of illegal weapons is largely responsible in the spike of crime, and it has taken lives of many and fractured dozens of families across my home. Many members of my community no longer feel safe as organized crime continues to become increasingly prevalent. Families and young adults frequently ask me how they can protect themselves when incidents of gun violence occur in broad daylight. My heart goes out to those that have lost parents, siblings, and loved ones due to extortion. Despite their concerns, the current Liberal government has not attended any visuals or community town halls on issues such as extortion, nor has taken meaningful action to support our communities. This leaves many of us wondering why our concerns continue to go unaddressed by this current Prime Minister. This gap in the bills are very simple, yet being very overlooked. We must hire more border personnel. We must deport foreign nationals committing crimes in Canada, and the results will mean our communities will become much more safer. Conservatives are calling on Liberals to listen to Canadians and implement the reforms needed to make our immigration system fair and efficient, serving citizens and newcomers alike. When we begin to see immigration as a movement of people rather than a movement of numbers, our ability to foster communities across our country will naturally improve. Everyone in Canada deserves to live in dignity, and if we start by ensuring that immigration occurs in a thoughtful, responsible, and sustainable manner, every person, every newcomer, every citizen alike will have a better chance at succeeding. Those who are entering our country from any nation deserve to see Canada as a safe, harmonious, and flourishing place. This vision is only achievable if we take care of our institutes that take care of us. Enacting high standards for our immigration system protect not only our livelihoods, but place the Canadian economy in a stronger position to grow and succeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to be factually correct, the government has had actually a summit in regards to the issue of extortion in Vancouver. There's another one being planned in Ontario. At the end of the day, we do take the issue of extortion very seriously. But in the spirit of Christmas, I do want to acknowledge that with Bill C-12, we have seen a great deal of cooperation. To the degree in which we're actually going to be able to pass it. And I think that that's the expectation that Canadians have, is that we work together. And I think maybe that might even be one of our New Year's resolution, that we can jointly agree that it would be nice to see more legislation, more opportunity, whether it's private members' business or government business, to deliver for Canadians by passing legislation. Would you not agree?
Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. But it is a fact that photo ops are not going to bring forward policy that will make differences in Canadians' lives. See, community members from our Lower Mainland are affected, and doing these group meetings over and over again and not attending the real root problems and actually meeting the victims and their families and understanding what's happening in our communities. This is not going to be any mystery that they can't solve. They should be able to implement change. They should have been implement our bill that we put forward as the Conservative team for extortion. And if they really cared for Canadians, they would have adopted that a year ago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. C-12 is the former C-2. The Bloc Québécois thinks that the government is making a step in the right direction with this legislation, but there's still a major problem. In their platform, the Liberals called for the hiring of 1,000 extra RCMP agents and 1,000 extra CBSA agents. For the RCMP, that's all right. It was in the throne speech, but not the 1,000 Border Services agents. According to the union, they're missing 2,000 or 3,000 agents so that CBSA can fulfill its mandate. I'd like to ask my colleague about the government's intentions and the government's actions in terms of what they've actually done.
Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. And it is true, this government has not been taking any of these precautions seriously, and we've been working very well with our Bloc colleagues to make sure that our committee meetings and committee when we're going through committee, that we implement and hold this government to account. We need more border personnel. I can tell from my community personally, for Abbotsford South Langley, that is a bordering riding. We are lacking the need of border officials, and it's something that this government has failed us over and over again. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House on behalf of the residents in Vaughan Woodbridge. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure my colleague's as concerned as I am, considering he comes from an area in the country where extortion is very prevalent, that over at Justice Committee, we're seeing the Liberals constantly vote down motions to bring their own bail reform ahead of all the other legislation, so we can give that the scrutiny and debate it deserves, so it can be reported back to the House and we can pass bail reform as quickly as possible. And I was also wondering if, perhaps in the spirit of Christmas, if the member could elaborate on why it is so crucial that the government quickly fulfills its promises and hires the CBSA agents that it said it was going to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge as well for the question. It is true that we see this Liberal government again and again at committee filibuster and not answer the questions that Canadians want answered, if that's on extortion or if that's on religious freedoms. We need to make sure that we hold this government to account. We have a couple more days left. I hope that we can continue and give the questions that need answers to be answered by the end of this week, and hopefully go into this new year with real concrete movements for proper legislation with amendments that are being brought forward by the Conservative government. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in the strongest possible terms against Bill C-12, a bill that represents not only poor public policy, but a profound abandonment of Canada's legal obligations, humanitarian commitments, and democratic safeguards. The legislation is not an effort to strengthen our immigration system. It is not an attempt to improve processing, bolster safety, or address affordability. Rather, it is the latest chapter in a troubling pattern, Liberals and Conservatives competing to see who can scapegoat migrants more harshly. It deflects blame for successive Liberal and Conservatives' own long-standing failures in their housing policies and economic planning. It preys on the fears and insecurities of Canadians in the face of an affordability crisis through the politics of division. It codifies in law the stigmatizing narrative that treats refugees as security threats rather than human beings seeking protection. Contained in Bill C-12 is a one-year bar on refugee claims. What does that mean? Is that anyone who entered Canada more than 12 months before filing a refugee claim becomes ineligible for the refugee protection process that has existed for decades. The bar is retroactive to June 24th, 2020, based on the individual's first entry to Canada. Imagine, your safety is not based on whether or not you have a valid refugee claim, a claim of persecution, that your life is in danger, but on some arbitrary date. Experts across the sector, like the Canadian Council for Refugees, women's organizations, and more, have warned us of the consequences. The Canadian Bar Association's immigration law section was unequivocal. They said that this bill risks, and I quote, exacerbating rather than alleviating existing problems, undermines Canada's commitments to refugee protection, and erodes the checks and balances fundamental to our parliamentary democracy. They further noted that the retroactive nature of the one-year bar is, quote, particularly offensive to the rule of law. Amnesty International's Julia Sadie says that this bill judges people on how and when they enter the country, factors that have nothing to do with whether or not they need protection. She warned that under this bill, even someone who first entered as a baby for a single day and who decades later faces persecution due to war, political violence, their gender identity, or their sexual orientation would be denied the chance to have their claims heard. A date on a piece of paper could determine whether or not they can have safe harbor. We've seen the harm caused by similar rules in the United States, where one-year deadlines have resulted in refugees being deported despite having a genuine fear of persecution. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees advised Canada against this approach as far back as 1999, reminding us that under international law, the passage of time does not alter our obligation of non-refoulement, our duty not to return people to danger. These are not theoretical concerns. They are lived realities. In the Canadian press story from October 31st, we heard from Asia Midea, a trans woman from Turkey. She came to Canada in 2018 on a student visa. As conditions for LGBTQ2+ people in Turkey rapidly deteriorated, she filed a refugee claim 18 months after her arrival, a claim that was accepted in 2020 because the threat to her life was real. Under Bill C-12, she would never have had that opportunity. She would have been barred from seeking protection simply because her claim came after 12 months. This bill would have sent her back into the hands of a state that was targeting her for who she is. It is also clear that the one-year bar will disproportionately harm women, too, as LGBTQ2+ people, survivors of gender-based violence, and trafficked persons. The FCJ Refugee Center explained that many survivors cannot file a claim within a year due to trauma, fear, coercion by abusive partners, or to complexities of escaping trafficking networks. Some have abusers who have already been deported back to the country of origin and are waiting for them. Under this bill, they would be stripped of the right to seek safety. They would be sent back into the hands of those who have threatened, harmed, and exploited them. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association made another critical point. The supposed justification for the one-year bar deterring fraudulent claims, the government says, is unfounded. Those intended on deception will simply file quickly. The people who will be excluded are those who delay filing because of trauma, confusion, language barriers, or evolving circumstances. In practice, this bill punishes vulnerability and not fraud. At committee, the NDP proposed specific amendments to protect survivors of gender-based violence, unaccompanied minors, and individuals from moratorium countries. The Liberals, Bloc, and Conservatives all voted against them. Bill C-12 also undermines due process, as it would deny individuals access to a full oral hearing before the Refugee Protection Division. The Minister of Public Safety, a refugee himself, said, "Don't worry, be happy, because there are safeguards, guardrails in place." And what is that, you might ask? Well, he cites the pre-removal risk assessment system, a process with one of the worst records in recognizing legitimate need for protection. The NDP proposed amendments to maintain access to hearings. We propose reducing the severity of the time limit, even though all arbitrary deadlines violate basic principles of refugee protection. Every one of my amendments was defeated. Bill C-12 does not stop here. It also grants the government sweeping, unprecedented powers to cancel immigration applications, suspend processing, or revoke people's status en masse. These powers can be applied to entire classes of people without individualized assessment, without due process, and without clear constraints. Families who's lived and worked here for years could wake up one morning to learn that their pathway to permanent residence has simply been erased, not because of anything they did, but because the minister has granted themselves the authority to do so. The Canadian Bar Association expressed, quote, grave concerns about the vague and undefined language throughout the bill, describing the power as overreaching, undemocratic, and specifically insulated from normal regulatory scrutiny. They warned that once granted, these powers will be impossible to control. Amnesty International reinforced this warning, noting that the bill opens the door to politically driven decisions capable of destabilizing lives, separating families, and uprooting people who have built their entire future here. They caution that this legislation risks violating international law, including the right to fair and effective asylum procedures, the right not to be deported to danger, and the prohibition on discrimination. The NDP proposed 2 amendments to impose parliamentary safeguards so that any such order would require scrutiny, committee review, a tabled framework, and statutory oversight. We also proposed defining public interest in a way that aligned with public safety, public health, and genuine security concerns. These amendments were rejected by the Liberals, Conservatives, and the Bloc. Instead, the Liberals adopted a sweeping, overbroad definition of public interest. Mr. Speaker, this bill reflects an immigration system where decisions can shift overnight, where people are denied hearings, denied appeals, denied due process, a system disturbingly reminiscent of the worst policies of Trump south of the border. This bill is not about system integrity, it's not about public safety. It's an attempt to appease Donald Trump and import a Trump-style agenda into Canadian law. Instead of it trades fear, division, scapegoating, and misinformation. Mr. Speaker, the remaining provisions of Bill C-12 targeting refugees only compounds the harm. The NDP proposed 13 amendments in total. None of them were accepted. This bill does not strengthen Canada's borders. It does not make our communities safer. It does not build homes. It does not address affordability and will not shorten immigration processing times. What it will do is push refugees, migrant workers, students, families, and survivors deeper into precarity, and it will ensure our neighbors live with constant fear and that their lives can collapse overnight. It punishes people who are trying to survive, people who deserve safety, and people who contribute daily to this country. Mr. Speaker, let's do the right thing and vote against Bill C-12.
Comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would argue that the right thing to do is to recognize that things change over time. Situations allow for us to modernize aspects of our immigration and refugee policy. This legislation fits that, and it absolutely makes Canada stronger and secures our border even that much better, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, we're talking about, for example, hundreds of thousands of people that are here under temporary visa. The member is implying through her comments is that each and every one person that comes to Canada under a temporary visa should be enabled to apply for a refugee. It might be great for lawyers and consultants and other types of advocates, but the reality is we need to modernize the system. And my question to the NDP member would be, does she continue to support anyone that works in Canada or visits Canada should be able to stay in Canada indefinitely?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
You know, that's just nonsense, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-12 says to refugees, we will not listen to you, we will not hear you, we will not allow you to prove that your fear is real. It is cruelty dressed up as law, and this legislation has been cooked up in a haphazard way. Even at committee, critical experts like the Canadian Council for Refugees, for example, women's organizations, weren't even invited, weren't witnesses at the committee to hear their concerns. How does the government justify this? They can't.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member's speech, and she spoke quite a bit about the one-year ban on asylum claimants. And you know, that reminded me, she cherry-picked a couple of stories, and I'm sure we can always think of somebody who's, you know, affected badly by any legislation that we have. But there are many, many, many cases of people abusing the system. And I'll bring to her attention, just today I read about, in her home province of British Columbia, there were 14 extortion suspects who all mysteriously, once they were charged with extortion, guess what they did? They all claimed asylum, every one of them. All 14 of them claimed asylum. This is a classic example of what happens in our system, the way it is, the way it's opened and loose. And this is the part that we are trying, that we support closing, because it needs to be fixed. So, Mr. Speaker, how can she support all of these criminals rather than regular, ordinary Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
You know, such nonsense. The NDP is not supporting criminals. What we're supporting is due process. What we're supporting is that for people to have the opportunity to submit their application. Canada has a system that sets up the IRB, who's independent from government, has an independent process to assess claims. That is the issue. He himself just cherry-picked an example of why people should not be allowed, actually preying on fear and illustrating the scapegoating approach that the Liberals and Conservatives continue to embark on.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has clearly put forward her disdain for C12. I respect her opinion. There are groups that claim that this bill won't survive legal challenges. I'd like to hear my colleague on this possibility that this will end up in front of the tribunals and the courts, or even certain parts of the bill will end up in front of the courts. I'd like her opinion. Will that be the case? And what parts of this bill will probably end up before the courts and that will not pass the smell test in front of the courts? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'Honorable Député de Vancouver Est.
Well, legal experts have actually expressed that opinion, so I encourage the member to read their opinions. In fact, better still, I encourage the member to speak with them directly, because they are the people who can tell them exactly what is wrong, and I absolutely support their point of view. I do believe that this bill will be challenged in the courts, and I think that the government is heading in the wrong direction. This is a Trump-style approach to immigration law, not an approach that I think Canadians want to see.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West can ask a 20-second question, very tight.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a question to fairness. Is it fair to the Canadian public that they now are going to pay for these 14 asylum claimants that my friend referred to for the next 4 years? They're going to have their education paid for, their housing paid for, their health care paid for. Is that fair to the Canadian taxpayer?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East, about 25 seconds.
This also just complete nonsense. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives want to say Canada is now closing all the doors to refugees, then have the courage to say so. And because Canada signed on to the 1951 Convention, for example, Canada signed on to is abiding by, supposedly, to international law, and to say that we will not send individuals back to their country of origin to face danger. If you want to go down that road, then say so and do so, and stop pretending otherwise.
Order, and we'll be sure to address our comments through the chair. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, it must be emphasised from the outset that the nearly 130-page document initially presented to us as C2, an act respecting certain measures related to the security of the Canada-United States border and other related security measures, was a real 180 from the government. I say this because, as you will all surely recall, in recent years, the Liberal government has failed to manage a number of border crises. In particular, the wave of irregular migration at Roxham Road, the rise of criminal smuggling networks at the borders that exploit migrants and that continue to do so, the establishment of Mexican cartels at the borders, the wave of car thefts at the Port of Montreal, arms trafficking, and so on, Mr. Speaker. A lot of cases with Bill C-12, formerly C-2, the Bloc Québécois believes that the government is taking a step in the right direction. However, in our opinion, there is still a major problem if this bill were to be passed. That is the lack of staffing at the CBSA and the lack of staffing at the RCMP. Let me take you back a few months, Mr. Speaker. In its election platform, the Liberal Party promised to hire 1,000 additional RCMP officers and 1,000 additional CBSA officers. And the hiring of 1,000 RCMP officers was included in a speech from the throne. However, the same cannot be said for the hiring of 1,000 CBSA officers. The Customs Officers Union stated that the agency is short 2,000 to 3,000 officers to fulfill its mandate. And although the government explained that its border plan, tabled in December 2024, would lead to the hiring of additional officers, you will agree with me, Mr. Speaker, no doubt, that we are still a long way from the staffing levels requested by the union and a long way from the number promised by the Liberals during the last election campaign. Another shattered promise. As a solution, the Bloc Québécois, like the Customs Officers Union is asking Ottawa to allow the CBSA officers to patrol between border crossings. The objective isn't to replace the RCMP, but rather to give federal agencies more depth and flexibility in enforcing the law. This change is not legislative, it's regulatory. It depends, above all, on the federal government's willingness to implement more effective measures to ensure border security whilst responding to the demands of officers already on the job. It's simple, it's effective, and it's a request from the union. But then again, why make things simple when you can make them complicated, as the Liberals would say? The Bloc Québécois has been urging the government to make the necessary changes for some time now. Overall, the Bloc Québécois is satisfied with the principle of Bill C-12 and welcomes the government's intention. The bill aims to address several issues that have been raised in recent months and years. The Bloc Québécois, just like Quebecers, remains firmly committed to welcoming people fleeing persecution and poverty. The main purpose of this bill is to ensure that the system for welcoming migrants is fairer and more efficient. To that end, I do commend the work of my colleagues who have worked tirelessly at committee, both at the Standing Committee on Immigration and at the Standing Committee on Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, a number of members of this House will surely have noticed, as I have, that the importance attached to parliamentary work and committee work since the beginning of the new Parliament seems to be of far too little interest to the Prime Minister of Canada, the new Prime Minister of Canada, who seems far too busy meeting with leaders of countries that I would describe as unsavory, to put it politely. China, Saudi Arabia. Honestly, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, there are parliamentarians who are working diligently day in, day out in committee to improve bills and to collaborate on reports and recommendations on issues that are often complex and very often poignant, Mr. Speaker. And on this point, in particular, my colleagues, the colleagues with whom I have the honour of serving at the Subcommittee on Human Rights, or my colleagues at the Standing Committee on Immigration and Citizenship, with whom I recently studied Bill C-3 on the lost generation of Canadians, and whose amendments, supported by the majority of members, were defeated once they reached this House. Today, I must reiterate the importance of the work carried out by parliamentarians at committee. I know how much rigour, precision, and above all, a willingness to collaborate and improve things this aspect of our work requires. Unfortunately, it is clear that this government does not seem to understand the full legislative scope or the sheer amount of work involved in sitting on a committee. As I was saying, overall, the Bloc Québécois is satisfied with the principle behind Bill C-12 and commends the government's intentions. Nevertheless, several questions still remain. In particular, that of resources, but also the issue of processing times for asylum claims, which, let's face it, are more than problematic. I find it difficult to understand how, after having analysed the bill, these delays will be reduced. I've quickly realised that what the government was really doing through C-12 was to transfer the influx of applicants from one place to another and getting away with it by saying, well, we've solved the problem. In actuality, the officials who process asylum claims and those who analyse pre-removal risk assessment applications have different trainings. And this was mentioned at committee, Mr. Speaker. Given that the trainings are different, the volumes will probably just be transferred from one processing centre to another. So the overall volume won't change, but will just be part of a shell game. So not only will the overall volume remain unchanged, but on top of that, processing times will skyrocket as there will likely be a shortage of staff that have already been trained in pre-removal risk assessments, so who will be unable to process these applications. My other concern, Mr. Speaker, obviously has to do with the spread of asylum seekers. It's not normal that asylum seekers arriving in Montreal find themselves immediately without housing because we don't have the means to accommodate them properly. Meanwhile, there are provinces elsewhere in Canada that are doing absolutely nothing. They're not pinching in to help accommodate these asylum seekers. And let me remind you that last year, the former Minister for Immigration, the member for Ville-Marie, who is now the Heritage Minister, announced with great fanfare that he was going to form a committee and that he was going to organise the distribution of asylum seekers from coast to coast to coast. There was so much fanfare. There was a press conference with immigration ministers from around Canada, provincial ministers that were there with him. The federal government was so proud to say, we've finally found the solution. Since then, absolutely nothing. We've not heard anything more about it, and the Liberals have never proposed any solutions. Mr. Speaker, as I said, it's highly illogical. We do agree with the general principle of C12. It's an attempt by the government to respond to the Bloc Québécois' priority demand to remove the 14-day clause contained in the Safe Third Country Agreement with the United States of America that created a loophole that was exploited by smuggling networks. However, C12 does not address the 14-day clause in the right way, and the real impact of the proposed trade-off solutions are difficult to assess.
Quite frankly, I think that the networks that are exploiting migrants today will still be able to do that after C12 is passed. Quite simply, the Safe Third Country Agreement should have been revisited as requested by the Bloc so that this provision could finally be removed and the exploitation of vulnerable people at the mercy of smuggling networks could be stopped. So the 14-day period, Mr. Speaker, I don't think people understand how much that is exploited by smuggling networks, that loophole. There are people who help migrants on both sides of the border, and they say because of that 14-day period, smugglers can use that because before they were just charging money to get people across the border, but now they add a clause to the contract, if you will. They say, we'll get you across and then we'll hide you for 14 days. And once you've been hidden for those 2 weeks, then you can make a refugee claim. And what that means is, the consequence of that, Mr. Speaker, is that those people who've hidden for 14 days, they hide. They're at the mercy of the criminal smuggling gangs for those 14 days. They can't come out of hiding because at that point their claim might no longer be valid, their refugee claim. So they stay in hiding for fear of undermining their refugee claim. So they break the law by coming in and then they hide for 14 days in order to comply with the law. So they cross in an irregular manner. They hide for 14 days. They hide for 14 days in a basement. And once they've done that, then they can file a legal refugee claim, a legitimate refugee claim. So what G7 country would say that's a good idea? That what government will call on people, ask them to break the law so that they can comply with the law? It makes no sense.
And first off, I have to recognize that with the Bill C-12, there has been a much higher sense of cooperation coming from all sides of the House. And that's encouraging because what it does is it does make our borders that much more secure. We would, even though many of us would like to see other aspects of our government legislation pass through, I do recognize the sense of cooperation that's taken place here. The member made reference at the beginning of his comments in regards to the RCMP and border control. The Prime Minister and this government, the Liberal caucus as a whole, has been very clear of 1,000 RCMP and 1,000 border control. That is a commitment that we've made, and we will, in fact, materialize on that. There are some hurdles that have to be overcome, and those will be overcome, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member has anything else he would like to add specifically with respect to the RCMP and the border control.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there's two things. First of all, the CBSA union is saying that they're short 2,000 to 3,000 officers currently. So that union says that the government, in an administrative way, it doesn't even have to be by legislation, they could give CBSA the power to patrol outside the border crossings. And then there wouldn't have to be so many RCMP officers doing that patrolling job because CBSA could do it. And it could be done through administrative means, not legislation. So there are things the government could do now and isn't doing. And the union representing CBSA is calling on the government to take those steps, which the government could do right now. And the department, the minister and the deputy minister, no, we won't do that. So it's a shame that the government doesn't realize how much they could do without even using C12, and they could quickly change the situation for the better.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean for all the work that he does on behalf of persecuted peoples from around the world, his work at the Immigration Committee, Public Safety, and in other venues in this place. His knowledge of the bill and his effort is obviously evident from his speech. The question I have for him is this: would he comment on the fact that, C12 arises from an original bill tabled in this Parliament way back when C2 as part of a large omnibus bill? Would he comment as to how this place operates efficiently? We're now to a point where there is some cooperation around this place. But this was the ideas of reform here were initially introduced through a large omnibus bill. Does he think that's a good idea when a government says they wouldn't do that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say how much I appreciate my colleague. I've sat with him. He's a hard worker for the right reasons. Even if our visions are sometimes different, we are able to cooperate and move things forward. So yes, the government, since it's been in office, now they're a minority government. They seem to forget that. They act like they're a majority. Just look at the bills they've tabled since they took office. It's as if they thought they were all-powerful, but they have to work with the opposition. And we're able to do that. We can. We did it on C12. Without my Conservative colleagues, C12 would not even be where it is today. It's because we made changes, we cooperated, and we did it thinking of the people who will be affected by C12. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rimouski-la-Matapédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my excellent colleague on his speech. Mr. Speaker, the government likes to repeat itself to create the impression that they're good. The Prime Minister at the press conference said, we're going to hire more officers for CBSA to make our borders safer. That was under American pressure. It wasn't their idea. And then they did another press conference to announce the same thing. They just keep announcing the same things over and over and over again, without actually going about hiring the people that CBS needs. So I'd like my colleague to explain, is this a government that's just going by the seat of their pants, or do they have a clear plan? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, with C12, it's obvious the government's saying, we need to do something quick. We need to look at what's going on at the border. It's important. It's urgent. We have to change things. We have to change the Immigration Act, the Justice legislation, the Public Safety Act, because things are not going well. But they've been in power for years, 10 years, and they've just realized that there's a problem. It's not serious.
Before we go to resuming debate, I believe the member for Burnaby Central is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. Bullying, discrimination, homophobia, racism, and hate have no place in this House. And I repeat, bullying, discrimination, homophobia, racism, and hate have no place in every corner of Canada. During the Justice Committee on Tuesday evening, I experienced mocking comments directed at the way I speak English and other remarks that undermined and attacked my intelligence. In addition, a non-permanent member moved my nameplate without my permission. These actions...
Order. This is a point of order. I will hear the point of order, and if there are other interventions afterwards, I will ask the member to resume.
Resume. Okay. These actions, whether intentional or not, undermine the standard of respect and decorum expected in parliamentary committees. They affect not only my ability to participate fully, but also the principle that all members of this House, including those from minority and newcomer communities, deserve to be treated with fairness and respect. I ask you to remind all members, permanent or substitute, that committee proceedings must be conducted with courtesy and professionalism, and that all materials such as nameplates should not be moved without the members' consent. Upholding this standard ensures that all members of this House can contribute fully and effectively, and that our committees reflect the dignity of this House. Finally, I respectfully request an apology from the Member of Parliament for Elgin St. Thomas, London South, the Member of Parliament for Sherwood Park, for Saskatchewan, and the Member of Parliament for Peace River, Westlock, so that our committees can continue to function fairly and with dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Here. I thank the honourable member from Burnaby Central for his intervention. I would be a good time to remind all members of the importance of upholding the high standards of this place in committees. Further, I would add that the matter raised is a matter for the committee. The committee has the opportunity, the member has an opportunity to raise it in committee, and then the chair, the proper course would be for the chair to report it back to the House. But I thank the member for raising the matter. Resuming debate. Please do debate. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise this morning on behalf of my neighbours in Oshawa to speak to Bill C-12. One issue has constantly been at the top of the list for the people I speak to and represent. That thing is safety. They want the government to fix its broken border and immigration system and restore public safety. And this concern is not limited to Oshawa, of course. Across Canada, people are living in a country they barely recognize, and they worry about the violence in their communities, about dangerous drugs, devastating neighborhoods, about weak border controls, and about a chaotic immigration system. They worry that their government is failing in one of its most basic responsibilities, which is keeping Canadians safe. For over a decade, the Liberal government has promised the opposite. It has promised safer communities, stronger borders, and a credible immigration system. After 10 years, the results speak for themselves. Crime is up, border enforcement is down, hard drugs are more accessible than ever, confidence in our immigration system has collapsed. Canadians are justified in asking why this government refuses to take responsibility. This is the context in which we are debating Bill C-12, the Strengthening Canada's Immigration System and Borders Act. This bill is the government's attempt to convince Canadians that it now wants to repair the very problems it created.
Yeah, that's it.
We are being told it will strengthen border processes, improve enforcement, remove individuals who pose risks, and restore confidence in the system. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have heard these promises before. They heard them when the government weakened bail laws in 2019 and insisted everything is fine. They heard them when violent repeat offenders were released time and time again. They heard them when the government claimed its drug policies were working while overdoses increased. They heard them when the government claimed the border was secure while irregular migration surged. Canadians are right to be skeptical. As a member of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, I studied Bill C-12 closely. It became very clear quickly that the bill was incomplete and does not address many of the core concerns Canadians have raised. Conservative approached this process in good faith. We were ready to work, ready to improve the bill, and ready to deliver solutions. Unfortunately, the government showed little interest in rising to the seriousness of the moment. Too often it dismissed legitimate concerns and brushed aside constructive proposals, even when those proposals were aligned with what frontline and academic experts have been calling for. We listened to expert witnesses, examined the details, and brought forward roughly 40 substantive amendments focused on enforcement, accountability, border security, and removal processes. These amendments were practical and grounded in the concerns Canadians voice every day. I want to thank the member for Calgary-Nose Hill for her leadership on the immigration components of the bill, and the member for Kamloops Thompson-Nicola for his contributions. Their expertise ensured our amendments were well-researched and solutions-oriented. Our amendments targeted the major gaps in Canada's border and immigration enforcement system. We clarified what serious criminality means under the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, ensuring that convictions for indictable offenses, including hybrid offenses preceded by indictment, are treated as serious for immigration purposes. This is simple, common sense. We addressed endless deportation delays by stopping repeat removal risk assessments when there is no new evidence. Canadians expect that when someone is found inadmissible for public safety reasons, that the removal actually happens. We modernized outdated timelines and procedures so that removal orders can be enforced more predictably. We strengthened the asylum system by deeming a claim abandoned if a claimant returns to the country they claimed to be fleeing for safety. We added quarterly reporting requirements to bring transparency to asylum pressures and costs. We gave decision makers better tools to dismiss clearly fraudulent claims. And we placed clear limits and oversight on the extraordinary powers in Part 7 of the bill. These powers allow the government to mass extend, cancel, or modify immigration documents. We insisted on transparency and parliamentary oversight so that temporary resident status cannot be modified behind closed doors. These were reasonable, constructive amendments. Some even received support from our colleagues with the Bloc Québécois, yet the Liberals rejected far too many of them, and in some cases attempted to gut the ones that did pass. Mr. Speaker, the safety of Canadians should not be a partisan issue. We expect a government that secures the border, enforces the laws, and manages immigration with competence and fairness. Instead, they have watched trust erode year after year. We have seen cases where individuals who clearly posed risk to Canadians were not removed quickly, even when removal was fully justified. These failures compromise public safety and undermine confidence in the entire immigration system. When trust collapses, the system itself begins to break down. This debate matters because Canadians want real solutions. They want a system that prioritizes safety, fairness, and order. They want an immigration system based on common sense, not on political messaging that works for a time. In Oshawa, I hear this often from newcomers who followed every rule and are proud to be Canadian, who are frustrated by a system that no longer operates predictably or fairly. I hear it from longtime residents who support strong, sustainable immigration but want it managed securely and transparently. They want a system that rewards honesty, not loopholes. They want a border policy that treats public safety as a priority, not as an afterthought. These voices are not extreme. They are not partisan. They are simply asking for competence and responsibility from their federal government. Canadians want compassion, but they also want accountability. They want a system that works. So if the government wants to restore trust, it must acknowledge the consequences of its own policy. Conservatives believe in safe communities, secure borders, and an immigration system that is firm, fair, and focused on public safety as well as success. We believe trust must be rebuilt, and that begins with leadership. So I say again, if the government wants to restore trust, it must acknowledge the consequences of its own failed policies, give law enforcement and border officials the tools they need, and bring accountability back to a system weakened for nearly a decade. Mr. Speaker, we talk about trust, and it's at this point I want to mention that the members opposite in earlier questions and comments are talking about C-14 and swiftly passing it, and simultaneously Their colleagues in the Justice Committee, as we speak, are actively blocking Conservative unanimous consent motions to move to C-14. So again, this Liberal government speaks out of both sides of its mouth and does not know what it wants to do, doesn't even really care, and that is the saddest part of it all. My neighbors in Oshawa want a government that takes public safety seriously. They want order restored to our immigration system. They want leadership focused on results, not excuses. Canadians deserve better. But, Mr. Speaker, never fear. Conservatives stand ready to deliver better.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire to the Honourable Parliament Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, whether it's the Prime Minister or the government as a whole has provided the Conservatives to do better, because we have provided substantial legislation, not only to enhance Canada's borders and provide more security there, not only to stabilize our immigration system, a number of commitments that the Prime Minister has made to Canadians. Canadians want to see things like bail reform legislation. The legislation and the budget is all there. It's before us. And the biggest roadblock for getting and delivering for Canadians is if the Conservative Party doesn't allow for it to proceed. Would the member not agree? Issues like the bail reform. We can deliver that for Canadians. We just need to get more support from the Conservatives.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I am thrilled that that member asked me that question, because clearly he wasn't listening to the last few minutes of my speech, which spoke very clearly on the bail reform bill and wanting to move it forward. As we speak, Liberal members of the Justice Committee are blocking our motions to move on to C-14 so that we can start moving that through committee. And Liberal after Liberal, time and time again, is voting against moving to C-14. So perhaps this member will commit to walking on over to the Wellington building, speaking to his comrades at the Justice Committee and asking them to pass our motion to move on to C-14, as he claims we don't.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North on a brief point of order, I'm sure.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on a brief point of order, would the member give unanimous consent to, or the House give unanimous consent to allow Bill 14 to pass committee and come to debate for third reading today?
Order. All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. The member does not have unanimous consent. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Lamatypedia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the colleague from the Conservative Party for her speech, Mr. Speaker. From 2017 to 2023, 150,000 people came into Canada through Roxham Road. At the time, the Bloc Québécois was about the only party asking questions to the government, asking for the situation to be fixed. The Conservatives were discreet or even silent on that issue. And so I think that there were problems at the border. The government said that it was going to increase staff at the border, but it was insufficient what was done according to the Union of the Border Service Agency. So I'd like to ask the colleague to explain her point of view on what do we really need to reestablish people's confidence in our borders and also to ensure safety for everyone that we represent.
For Oshawa.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for all of the times they brought up the concerns that were shared in terms of Roxham Road, and I assure him that Conservatives share those concerns. We have repeatedly called on this Liberal government to fix our borders, strengthen our officers and their ability at the borders to do their job. It brings up another very important point that one of his colleagues has helped us look forward to studying in Public Safety Committee, and that is the psychologically toxic workplace at CBSA. That is not going to make things any better. We talk about 1,000 new officers, but with attrition at nearly 100%, I wonder if they mean 1,000 new net officers or just 1,000 more to replace the 1,000 that have left.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for a wonderful speech. The member spoken that about the people want real solutions. How do the problems of porous borders and broken trust, like drug trafficking and the potential of consumption sites near schools, gun smuggling and irregular migration, how does that show up in her community, and what does that mean for the families and her local safety?
Good question, Connie.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
I thank the honourable member from Cambridge for her question, and I think she probably knows the answers, because in all of our communities, we're seeing it difficult to walk the streets in our neighborhoods, walk the streets where my office is in Oshawa, without watching people shooting up, overdosing. The folks in my office keep Narcan on standby. It is not a safe place to live, and I imagine many places in our country are the same. A lot of that is because of this government's failure, and I would say most of it is from this government's failure to protect our borders, keep hard drugs from coming into our country, and also letting repeat violent offenders get out of jail free or very close to free to hurt and harm and sell drugs in our community.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly a great time to get up and speak, and of course we're into the Christmas season now, and kind of in that spirit, I was reading this morning about something the NDP leader, the member from Vancouver Kingsway, said yesterday, and apparently he had asked the Prime Minister to grant party status again to the NDP in order to, in his words, make the House function better, which of course I don't think is a good idea. And I was thinking maybe he was just continuing his comedy shtick from the Parliamentary Press Gallery thing from a week ago, which, by the way, I think was quite funny. Not as funny as our leader, but pretty good. But actually, if we're in that mode, I have a better idea to ask the Prime Minister, and that is to grant Canadians what they really want, which is for him to go back to his job at Brookfield and to allow the Conservatives to actually run this country and fix the mess and problems that we have. Continuing on the Christmas theme, I do want to give a heartfelt thanks to all of the support staff that we have at this place. We have translators, we have pages, we have people in food services, we have our security people, we have all kinds of staff in this building. We have our own party staff and all of our own staff that work so hard. And I really want to thank all of them and wish them all a very Merry Christmas. I also want to give a special shout out to the parliamentary dining room staff. They're always missed in this, and so you know, I'm not a very good tipper, so this is my way to make up for not being a good tipper. But Canadians would probably be happy to know that oftentimes many of us from different parties actually meet and talk about substantive issues in there. We actually are able to talk with each other and get business done. And so I just want to thank Lynn, Charles, Guy, and all the staff in the parliamentary dining room, and of course to my dining room colleagues that we talk many times, and you all know who you are. Thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to all of you.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
So, on to Bill C-12. This is the marquee legislation of this government when it was introduced as C-2. Now, just so everybody's clear, C-2 is the first bill that's introduced by a government. C-1 is kind of a technical thing. So C-2 is the first bill introduced. They put all their effort into it. This is the most important thing. And of course, have you heard of C2? No, because it got stalled because it was a mess. And so the pieces of it that they could rescue came into what is now C12, which is what we're debating today. And so this is part of the government's pledge to do amazing things at unimaginable speeds. And here we are. There's been no amazing things done. And I think in the whole year, the government's passed actually 2 bills. So if that's unimaginable speed, then I don't understand the word unimaginable. So the purpose of this bill partly was to fix immigration problems around asylum and deportation, because everybody knows in our country that we have tremendous problems around that area. There were some good things in this, but there were so many more things that we need to do in order to properly fix our flawed system. We proposed 27 different amendments. I think 8 of them were accepted. So there were many that weren't accepted, and I have to commend the Bloc. The Bloc actually worked very hard at committee to help. They put forward some of their own ideas. We put forward ideas, and were able to work together and got the committee to agree to a lot of things. Even the Liberals agreed to some things, but then of course they had you, Mr. Speaker, turn them down once they got to the House. So shame on you, but no, sorry.
Don't take it personally, John.
Yeah. We still love you, yeah. So, for example, on foreign criminals, we had created an amendment to deport people convicted of serious crimes, because of course there's many cases where judges are letting immigrants get lesser penalties, and that was not passed by the Liberals. Our asylum system is so broken. The story today about from British Columbia, where there's 14 people that the British Columbia Extortion Task Force identified and charged with extortion. So they put a lot of effort into this. It's a big problem right across the country, but particularly in BC. And guess what all 14 of these newly charged people did? Guess what they did? They claimed asylum. Wow. So now their charges are on hold because they're in the asylum system. It's probably a 4-year wait. And of course, they get benefits. They get all of the wonderful benefits that we choose to give to those who are claiming asylum, even though we know that the claims are illegitimate. And we had put forward an amendment to automatically reject asylum claims from anyone that was guilty of any non-Canadian who was guilty of a serious offense. And of course, that was rejected by the Liberal government. So we put forward many amendments to restore sanity to the asylum system, like lying to an officer results in an automatic removal. Knowingly withholding information automatically terminates your claim. If you don't show up or comply with basic requirements, that terminates your claim. And also, once you have been denied but then appeal it, we proposed that only emergency health care would be provided. That was rejected. We also proposed that designated learning institutions be on the hook for when they bring someone into the country and then that person claims asylum, but that was also rejected by the Liberals. We did work on human trafficking, trying to get amendments for tougher penalties to protect victims, and of course the Liberals voted no. We also put forward amendments on transparency so that we would bring back some basic transparency on reporting. Often we have to do deep questioning and written questions to the government to try to find answers, and the government refuses to provide some of that information. So we got some of those passed, but not all of them, and some of them were stripped out. Probably the biggest success that I think we got was that we proposed that the government was not going to be able to mass convert temporary residents to permanent residents, and that amendment was accepted. And also, the government is not allowed to mass extend temporary residence and visas, student visas, things like that. The bottom line is that we worked very, very hard to toughen up and fix our weak system, but unfortunately the Liberals blocked most of this work. Now, speaking of working hard, I just want to mention that we have, on this side of the House, put a lot of effort and a lot of work into improving our immigration policies. You know, a lot of people think that the opposition's job is to oppose, and it certainly is, but we also want to propose solutions. And so we have proposed many, many solutions. Our entire caucus worked very hard under the leadership of our Shadow Minister for Immigration, who's the member from Calgary-Nose Hill. She worked very hard and did a great job of making sure that we had substantive policies that will actually help and fix our country. We, for example, work to restore the value of citizenship. That's the problem that we have in our country right now. And so, for example, on Bill C-3, we were very concerned. This is the bill that generated endless chain migration, which allows people not born in the country to become citizens and have their children not born in the country become citizens, and on and on and on and on. And so we were trying very hard to put some common sense amendments in there. Those, of course, got rejected. The other big one is online citizenship ceremonies. The one-click online citizenship ceremony, that is still, certainly in Saskatchewan, the majority of the ceremonies. And it's not fair to have somebody who, for many newcomers to our country, this is the most important thing to them in this phase of their life. And to have them sitting behind a computer at home because it's expedient for the department is just embarrassing. It's frankly embarrassing, and it doesn't convey the true purpose and meaning of becoming a Canadian citizen. So we pushed hard to eliminate that, and the government is, I think, slowly moving in that direction, but not fast enough in our opinion. Temporary foreign workers. We suggested that we end the temporary foreign worker program. You know, we have a youth jobs crisis in our country right now. The unemployment rate for Canadian youth is hovering around 15%. And that's just far too high. And so the temporary foreign worker program is part of the reason. Of course, we need to consider agriculture and some other considerations there, but generally we have way too much. And we don't need our immigration minister to be the chief HR officer for a place like Tim Hortons. Nothing against Tim Hortons, but there are many Canadians who could work. And the minister confirmed, by the way, that this program is staying. Just a couple days ago, she said there's nothing going to be changing there. We worked hard to restore the sanity of sentencing immigrant criminals. The member from Calgary-Nose Hill introduced Bill C-220 to end the sentencing reduction for immigrants. This is a big issue. The Globe and Mail editorial said that judges in our current system are, quote, protecting non-citizens from the consequences of their criminal conduct, end quote. And they were lamenting that no one seems to consider whether Canadians would want those offenders as citizens in the first place. Essentially, judges look at the current rules, which say if a non-citizen is convicted of a serious crime of 6 months or more in jail, they have to be deported. So what they do is the judges reduce the sentence to below 6 months, so it doesn't affect their citizenship status, which we think is wrong. There should be a one standard for all people, whether you're a Canadian citizen or a non-Canadian citizen. The same standard should apply, and that's just not the case. So, of course, ending the pull factor on asylum, getting rid of the free hotel rooms, the endless medical benefits, departure tracking is another thing that we don't do in our country that we've got some good policy ideas on. So there's so many things that we worked hard on this year to provide good policy solutions for the government, and pretty much all of them were, of course, rejected. But you know, the bottom line is that we worked hard on this. We really believe that we can fix our system, but there's so many things that need to be done. Liberals took the lazy route with Bill C-12, did a bare minimum of things that need to be done, but there's so much more. So we'll continue to work to fix legislation like C-12, continue to propose solutions to make this country better, make our immigration system work better. And once again, to everyone in the House, a Merry Christmas. Well done.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I might be somewhat biased, but I would ultimately argue Canada is one of the, if not the greatest country when it comes to democracy and our fundamental principles. And none of that would be possible if we didn't have the incredible people that support the Parliament here. And the member made reference to a wide spectrum of individuals, you know, whether it is the Hansard, the security, the television production, the clerk's office, the pages. There are so many individuals that make our Parliament work beyond the members of Parliament. And I would just join with him in just expressing my gratitude and appreciation for what they do. On the issue that the members raised, he referenced Bill C-2. In Bill C-2, there's lawful access, and we have to leave that out, yet we believe it's essential. It's one of the, the only one of the Five Eyes countries that...
Order. I do have to give time for the member to respond. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, C2 is sitting there. It's not moved forward, and I think there's a reason why it hasn't moved forward, and that's because it was bad legislation, which I think is just indicative of the way I see this government. This, as I said in my speech, this was the very first bill that this government brought forward. This is their marquee legislation. This is the, you know, after the election, this was what they focused probably most of their efforts on is, you know, what should we do first? What's the first thing we should do? And so they all got in a room and figured this out, put everybody to work on this, came up with this legislation, and where is it? It's still sitting there, it hasn't moved forward because it's flawed, extremely flawed, and nobody in this House wants to move it forward, including the government. They don't want to move it forward either. And so I think it's just a great example of how so little has been accomplished by this government in this term.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you. I'll try to be brief, Mr. Speaker, because there are some people here, I think, who forget that sometimes you flag them when things are going a bit long. But I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I really enjoy working with him at the Immigration Committee. There's some great collaboration, and I think we can demonstrate that, you know, that we can work seriously at committee, working together in a spirit of collaboration. Now, in terms of committees, there are also committees where things aren't going so well. The Justice Committee, for example, where some of my Conservative colleagues don't appreciate the work done by the Justice Committee because the Bloc Québécois wants to remove the religious exemption from the criminal code for hate speech. So my question to my colleague, and it's a gift I'm offering him, I'd like to know, in his opinion, the Quebec colleagues that he has in the Conservative caucus, how do they feel about the religious exemption?
For Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Lac Saint-Jean. We do work well together on committee, and we don't always see eye to eye, but we're able to work very well, and I think that's what Canadians want to see when they look at Parliament is people who may not agree, different ideas that come forward, but that we can work in a constructive and positive way, and I certainly believe we have that kind of a relationship with the member from Lac St. John. On the question, of course, we are united. I can't speak for the specific beliefs of every single person in our party, but we have a common position and we're moving forward in a common way on this legislation. You know, I think what's most important is that we do move forward and we are able to voice those opinions. And certainly, the problem what I see with the Justice Committee is that the government has continuously stopped meeting. They have canceled meetings, they have shortened meetings, and they don't want to actually do the hard work that needs to be done by the Justice Committee.
The comments, the member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley, about 35 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated my colleague's speech. We were elected at the same time, and I know that in that time frame, we have both found that the government is really, really bad at legislation. They're even worse at managing the House calendar. I'm just wondering if my colleague can elaborate a little bit more on some of the amendments that Conservatives put forward to strengthen the bill that the Liberals have no idea how to properly legislate.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West, about 40 seconds.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague for that question. And yes, indeed, we were elected at the same time, and it's been 6 years of seeing very little accomplished, and 6 years of longing for something different, and we're hoping that day will come soon. We've put forward so many amendments. You know, the one I just want to highlight goes back to the criminality, and you know, we see so often that non-citizens are charged with crimes. They go before a judge, they are guilty of the crime, and then the judge actually lessens the sentence because the judge knows that this will impact their immigration status, may cause them to be deported. And so the judge then reduces the sentence to something lesser than you or I would get, and it's just not fair.
Point of order.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington on a point of order.
Yes. The member from Winnipeg North in his intervention described himself as only partially biased. He is clearly misleading the House, and I'm wondering if you could address.
I know there's tongue firmly planted in cheek, but we'll leave that at debate. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Windsor West, and I'm grateful for the privilege that they've given me to come here to this House. I rise today not just as a legislator, but as someone who has spent nearly 3 decades in policing, and of those 3 decades, 2 decades policing in a border community. In Windsor, the border isn't a distant concept. It's part of our daily rhythm. Families cross it every morning for work or school. Trade pours through it every minute. And criminals try to exploit it every day and night. That was my lived reality for nearly 30 years in uniform. When you work the front line in a border city, you see things that don't make the evening news. You see the family torn apart by fentanyl. You see the gun trafficked across the river show up at a crime scene. You see CBSA officers struggling with outdated equipment, short-staffed shifts, and facilities that were never meant to handle the volume that they do today. And you see police officers, good people, dedicated people, being asked to carry the weight of government policy failures. I remember hearing from countless officers I worked with say, we are covering every gap in the system there is. And that wasn't a complaint. That was a sober description of the reality on the ground. And they were right. We were responding to mental health crisis because mental health supports weren't there. We are responding to addiction because treatment beds weren't available. We are responding to violent offenders because bail laws sent them back out the door soon after their arrest. And in border communities like mine, we are responding to consequences of smuggling operations that exploit every weakness in the system. Former Chief David Brown of Dallas Police, in a moment of reflection during the funeral service of 5 of his police officers were killed in action, said the following: society asks police to solve every problem, but only equips them for one. That line has stayed with me for years because it captured exactly our lived reality. And it's the same pattern with Bill C-12, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals talk about strengthening the border, but this bill doesn't deal with the fundamentals. It adds responsibilities without adding resources. It expands authorities without addressing bail failures. It gestures at privacy protections while leaving gaps big enough for any government to drive through. And it completely ignores the fact that CBSA officers in places like Windsor are being stretched thinner than ever. Mr. Speaker, Windsor residents aren't fools. They understand the realities of living next to the busiest international crossing in North America. They know the risks, they know the pressures, and they know when Ottawa isn't listening. And let me be clear about the lived reality that these folks face. CBSA officers in my region are trying to intercept dangerous drugs and firearms with equipment that belongs in several other decades behind us. They're understaffed, they're overburdened, and some units run at minimum manpower every day. And while they do heroic work, government after government has failed to give them the tools that matches the scale of their responsibility. Yet, this bill pretends those challenges don't exist. It assumes that if we simply legislate more expectations, outcomes will magically flow. But, Mr. Speaker, in policing and in border work especially, expectation without capability is a dangerous combination. It does not work. This bill fails to address the things police officers and families talk to me about all the time. It doesn't fix the catch and release bail system that puts repeat violent offenders back into neighborhoods before police finish their paperwork. It doesn't introduce mandatory sentences for fentanyl traffickers, the very people fueling the deaths we are seeing in our emergency rooms. We have lost nearly 50,000 people since 2015. It doesn't impose mandatory jail term for gang members caught with illegal firearms. And it doesn't even prevent house arrest for serious and violent crimes that devastate families and communities. When I talk to parents, they tell me they want their kids to be safe while they're walking to school. They want their neighborhoods to be stable. They want drug use and trafficking to be addressed at the source, not just managed on a street corner. Yet, at the committee, the health minister couldn't even commit to stopping fentanyl consumption from taking place near schools or near daycare centers. In Windsor, we understand what that means. We have seen neighborhoods destabilized because government failed to draw basic common sense lines. Mr. Speaker, the bill even gives the Canadian Coast Guard expanded surveillance powers, but does so without guardrails that prevent overreach or misuse. Conservatives fought to make sure the Minister of National Defense, not a patchwork of agencies, is accountable for how those authorities are used. That matters in a free society. And at the end of the day, this comes down to something very simple: trust. People in Windsor trust institutions when those institutions prove that they understand reality. But this bill does not reflect the reality that border communities like mine live every day. It reflects talking points, not lived experience. As someone who has spent his career responding to consequences of weak laws and under-resourced agencies, I can tell you exactly what works and what doesn't. We need real bail reform, not more slogans. We need mandatory jail time for fentanyl traffickers and violent gun offenders. We need strong privacy protections, not blank check powers. We need accountability for expanded surveillance authorities. We need CBSA to be resourced properly with modern equipment, adequate staffing, and the capacity to interdict smuggling before it hits our streets. And above all, we need a government that understands that safety and freedom must go hand in hand. Mr. Speaker, Windsor knows the truth. We live on the front line. We feel the consequences of Ottawa's decisions faster and harder than most people in the rest of the country. And what we see today is a bill that does not rise to the moment, unfortunately. After 3 decades in policing, I'll say this plainly: you cannot protect a border, protect a community, or protect a country with wishful thinking. You need clear laws, real consequences, strong institutions, and a government willing to prioritize public safety over politics. The bill fails that test. And so, Mr. Speaker, I say this, that the people of Windsor have been saying this for years. It's time for change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Some comments, the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, Canada elected a new Prime Minister. And since then, Mr. Speaker, we have seen substantial change take place. We have bail reform legislation. We have hate legislation, anti-hate legislation. We have secure border legislation. We have a number of pieces of legislation, a budget that supports Canadians. We have Build Canada Strong legislation, all of which, in a number of months since we've had this newly elected Prime Minister and government, it's up to the Conservatives to recognize, as we have, and deliver. We want to deliver this legislative agenda. We need more cooperation from the Conservative Party. Will the member commit to more cooperation?
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Speaker, that we elected a new Prime Minister 7 months ago who has only managed to pass one, perhaps two bills in that time period. And that is a shameful record for any Prime Minister in this House of Commons. That is not something that I would say is a badge of honor for any politician worth his salt in this chamber. And as far as the fact about cooperating, Bill C-2, the predecessor of this bill, was an abject failure. It was a disgrace, and they had to go back to the drawing board and come up with this bill, and it still fails. I don't know how many times they're going to have to go back to the drawing board to come up with a proper legislation so we on this side can work with them. That is the whole issue. We are ready to work, but we are not seeing any cooperation from the government, unfortunately.
Question et commentaire on that. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. It's been mentioned a few times already today. There's been a good collaboration between the Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois to improve this bill. Like my colleague said, it was unacceptable under C2. And certain parts of C2 were very difficult to swallow. But now we have C12. There are certain measures and commitments made by the government to hire RCMP officers and CBSA officers. They committed to that, and the unions asked for that because the union mentioned that there was a 2,000 to 3,000 shortfall in personnel. Does my colleague agree with our proposal, which is to allow border officers to travel between border posts so they can better cover the border, to better help the RCMP? What does he have to say about this?
Thank you for that question to my honourable colleague. It is remarkable, Mr. Speaker, that just this past week I heard that the government has sent letters to senior officers or officers who have had several years of experience. They're offering them voluntary retirement. Meanwhile, they have not taken any steps to hire the 1,000 RCMP officers or the 1,000 CBSA officers that they promised us. Zero. Crickets. Even their minister responsible had no idea how many people they're going to lose through attrition, and yet no chance of any new hires coming on board. It's all talk, no action, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker. And to my colleague's point about officers being able to go to other posts and cover the gaps in the system, absolutely. That makes total sense. We need to have a proper system in place where every border crossing is covered and we have the right people at the place to cover for those contingencies.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Niagara South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Windsor West, who I've come to know over the last several months, and I want to thank him for his years of service as a police officer, protecting Canadians, protecting our borders. I appreciate his service to our country. My riding is at the opposite end of Lake Erie, and we share similar border issues. We just learned, for example, though, that the CBSA has eliminated 40% of its capacity for custody of people coming illegally into the country. So when the government talks about hiring 1,000 new CBSA officers where there is actually no capacity to actually train 1,000 new people, they've now reduced capacity for custody of people breaking the law and coming into the country illegally. I wonder if my friend could comment on that in relation to the weaknesses of this bill.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
The failures and the weaknesses in this system are nothing new. They have been around for a long time, and they are being exacerbated by the policies being instituted and the new legislation being brought about by our friends opposite. It is a disgrace, Mr. Speaker, to see these kinds of legislations being brought forward. It is an insult to the officers that are working the border posts and the police officers that are working these border communities, because they are not seeing the help that they need. And these kind of cuts are undermining and eroding the trust, not just of policing communities, but also of us here in this chamber, because we're all talk, no action. What people are out there saying is, enough of the smoke and mirror show. Show us results. Show us some action, that you're doing something for us, rather than just putting out slogans and playing politics with our lives and our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is on motion number 1. Mr. Caputo, seconded by Mr. Arnold, move that Bill C-12 be amended by deleting the short title. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded division.
The recorded division on this motion stands deferred. The question is on motion number 2. A vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 3 to 21, 23 to 47, and 49 to 51. A negative vote on motion number 2 requires a question be put on motions number 22 and 48. Ms. May, seconded by Ms. Kwan, move that Bill C-12 be amended by deleting clause 28. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. The recorded division will also apply to motions numbers 3 to 21, 23 to 47, and 49 to 51. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the recorded division stand further deferred until later this same day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And I believe the member from Winnipeg North is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to call it to suspend till 2 o'clock.
Perhaps a member would agree that we suspend to the call of the chair. Around just prior to 2 o'clock. Is it agreed that the House suspend to the call of the chair? Agreed. And so ordered, this House is suspended to the call of the chair.
Received as follows. December 10th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this letter on the 10th day of December 2025 at 5:04 p.m. Yours sincerely, Ken McKillop, Secretary to the Governor-General. Bill assented to on Wednesday, December 10, 2025, an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026, Bill C-17. J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre qu'une communication.
I have the honor of informing the House that a communication has been received dated December 10th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary Simon, Governor-General of Canada, has granted royal assent to the bill mentioned in the schedule to this letter on December 10th, 2025 at 5 p.m. Cordially, Secretary to the Governor-General, Ken McKillop. And the schedule reads as follows. The bills having received royal assent on December 10th, 2025, an act granting certain sums to His Majesty for the administration of the federal government for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026, Bill C-17.
Déclaration de député.
Statements by members.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough, Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, during the Advent season, the themes of hope, peace, joy, and love guide meaningful reflection and provide a unique opportunity for spiritual renewal as we await Christ's birth. Earlier this week, I had the pleasure of hosting Christmas on the Hill. Our caucus welcomed guests from across the country to celebrate the season with music, faith, food, and fellowship. I am proud that our Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects the freedom of expression and the freedom of religion. I want to wish people from my riding of Scarborough, Agincourt, and across Canada of all faiths the happiest of holidays. Happy Hanukkah, happy Kwanzaa, and the very Merry, Merry Christmas.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to the victims of a tragic vehicle accident. On November 11th, 3 high school students, Tyson Varley, Damon Davis, and Haley Kepper from John Diefenbaker Senior School in Hanover, ages 15 to 17, lost their lives in a devastating crash on the rural road between Hanover and Durham. A 4th student, Landon Price Hillier, was critically injured and airlifted to the hospital. Damon, he loved to be loud and do things his way, but under that tough exterior laid a little boy with a huge heart. Haley, she loved her dog Bella and her mismatched socks. Tyson, he was well known for his love of cars and tinkering with them. He knew well how to make and fix things. This unimaginable loss has shaken the entire community of Hanover and surrounding areas. On behalf of all the constituents of Bruce Grey Owen Sound, I send my deepest condolences to the family, friends, and communities grieving this heartbreaking loss. May Damon, Haley, and Tyson rest in peace, and may their loved ones find strength and comfort in the days ahead.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, December 10 is International Human Rights Day. Human rights are the backbone of freedom and democracy. It serves as a reminder that rights are not privileges, they are the foundation of dignity, equality, and inclusion. This year's theme, Human Rights, Our Everyday Essentials, speaks to the truth that these principles are not just ideas on paper, they shape how we live, work, and treat one another. Canada is seen as a global leader in advancing human rights. For me, human rights are deeply personal. Strong communities are built on fairness, respect, and the courage to stand up when something isn't right. These values guide me every day as a member of Parliament and as a Canadian. They mean ensuring every person can live without fear, discrimination, speak freely, and be treated with dignity. Today and every day, let us lead by protecting these essentials in our homes, communities, country, and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Montmorency.
The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix. Today I'd like to pay tribute and thank an individual who has an organization that has left an incredible legacy for our region by supporting people like Guy Dallaire, and you've remained a true PQer and remained a member of the PQ until age 97. You've always defended that which defines us, our French language and our unique culture, and Quebec's essential place as a cornerstone in Canada. Your memory continues to inspire me. It's with great pride that I announce that your name was mentioned in Parliament here to underscore your contribution. André Pépé-Voyer, thank you for your contribution, your love of Quebec, and the Parliament of Ottawa wishes you a marvelous 101 birthday.
L'honorable député de La Salle.
The honourable member for La Salle et Marc-Verdun. Mr. Speaker, as my first year in this place draws to a close, I'm proud of what we've accomplished together, our first budget, and our support for major projects like Nouveau Monde Graphite.
Holiday season as a member of Parliament, and let's just say it's not quite what I'm used to. Most year I'd be home trying and failing to get my Christmas light to work. Instead, I'll be at Maison d'Entraide Saint-Paul-et-Aimard sharing a warm meal with the community. D'habitude,
normally I'd be running around buying last-minute Christmas gifts, but this year I'll be handing out holiday baskets with the Saint Vincent de Paul. Instead of spending an evening wrapping gifts, I'll be proudly attending the 55th biannual review of the 796th La Salle Legion Air Cadet Squadron.
Mr. Speaker, if this is what holiday look like as an MP, I'm grateful every moment. Je souhaite
I wish every member of this place and everyone in La Salle et Marc-Verdun a very happy holiday season.
The honourable member for Mission Matsky Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, communities across the Fraser Valley and the interior are under evacuation orders as rising waters threaten homes, farms, and critical infrastructure. The border is shut, highways are closed, supply chains disrupted. The 2021 floods taught us hard lessons, yet today we find ourselves confronting the same vulnerabilities. Our roads, dikes, and drainage systems remain inadequate to withstand the realities of changing weather patterns. These failures put lives in our economy at risk. I call upon the government to take immediate and decisive action. We must invest in modern, resilient infrastructure, strengthen emergency preparedness, and ensure that rural and agricultural communities are not left behind. The cost of inaction will far exceed the cost of prevention. British Columbians deserve a plan that protects them, not just for today, but for the future. So I implore the Minister of Infrastructure to act on the request from Abbotsford and other vulnerable communities. We must prioritize investment in flood protection to safeguard our food supply and national supply chains. British Columbia matters. We need action.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Speaker, as the season slowly gentles on South Shore St. Margaret's land, there's a warmth across our villages that only we understand. From Lunenburg's bright storefronts to Cape Sable Island's cold sprays, our communities shine brighter than the shortest of winter days. The lobster boats are twinkling as they head out on the dawn, and the families gentle gather as the holiday lights come on. In Liverpool, Tantallon, and Bridgewater, and the coves that line our shores, kindness moves from door to door and lifts our spirits evermore. This time of year reminds us of the ties that truly bind, the neighbors who step up for us, the generous hearts we find. From volunteers to small businesses, from first responders to friends, the magic of our riding is the way that never ends. So as we look to the new year, with hope in every heart, may peace and joy find you all wherever you may start. South Shore St. Margaret's, my gratitude rings clear. Happy holidays to everyone. A bright, resilient year.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
this Liberal Prime Minister promised Canadians a win with the President by July 21st. 5 months later, no win, no elbows, no deal. From factories to steel mills, Conservatives will always stand with the workers who feed, power, and protect this country. And today, those Canadians are paying the price. Back in May, the Prime Minister said Canadians should judge him by the price of the grocery store. Well, food bank usage doubled, grocery bills doubled, and 86% of families are cutting back on meat just to get by. Food shouldn't be a luxury in Canada. Conservatives propose to scrap the 4 Liberal hidden taxes on food because no family should have to choose between paying for the power bill or a nutritious meal. What's worse is this Liberal Prime Minister promised 500,000 homes per year, and he's only delivering just 5,000. Housing starts have collapsed, and now Canadians are being told to lower their expectations and give up on the dream of home ownership altogether. Conservatives propose to scrap the GST on all new homes under $1.3 million and get shovels in the ground now. Conservatives will bring home hope, stronger take-home pay, safer streets, secure borders, and a self-reliant Canada where, once again, our Christmas cards can say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year and actually mean it. From my family to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, after a busy year, we're almost at the holidays. Quebecers are doing their Christmas shopping. Christmas tree salespeople are offering their trees that we will put tinsel on, and children are counting their sleeps. This is not always an easy time for people, and that's why there are volunteers out there Christmas caroling and sharing food with the food banks. Let's think of our neighbors and share wherever possible so that this period is a truly happy one. The snow is covering Quebec with its white blanket. It's cold, but our hearts are warmed. On behalf of the Bloc, I wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and a happy 2026 that lives up to our aspirations.
Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, as we bring this here to a close, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish all my constituents in Willowdale the most joyful of holidays and a wonderful and exceptional year ahead. The residents of Willowdale appreciate full well that Canada stands at the cusp of a defining moment. So allow me to reassure them that our new government has been moving at an unprecedented scale. We are undertaking some of the most ambitious nation-building efforts in generations, renewing essential infrastructure, driving clean energy and critical mineral projects forward at unprecedented pace, and accelerating home building throughout our beautiful country. These initiatives demonstrate the urgency with which we are acting to meet the needs of Canadians today and stand as a testament to our commitment to strengthen the foundations of our economy for tomorrow. Allow me to conclude by wishing all the wonderful individuals working in Parliament, and indeed all the members of this House, the happiest of holidays. May we all return determined to build Canada strong. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson-Nicolai.
For a decade, Liberals have dismantled criminal laws, gutted jail sentences, and allowed gangs and extortionists to rule our streets. Since 2015, violent crime is up nearly 55%. Sex assaults have surged over 75%. Gun crime has skyrocketed 130%, and extortions have exploded 330%, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives have put forward many solutions, among them reverse Liberal bail and bring in jail, not bail, listing the Bishnoi gang as a terrorist entity, take urgent action on extortion from Surrey to Brampton, fire the embattled public safety minister whose gun buyback scheme will only punish law-abiding hunters and farmers. Use all legislative tools to ensure that child sex predators are receiving the worst punishments possible and properly punish intimate partner violence once and for all. Together, Conservatives will repeal reckless Liberal policies, put victims first, and restore safety to our streets.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Boniface St. Vital, the first Minister of Northern Affairs and the first Indigenous cabinet member from Manitoba, the Honourable Dan Vandal, is in the gallery today with his wife Brigitte. Here.
The youngest of 8 children, Dan dropped out of high school to become a top professional boxer in Canada. He then got a BA in social work. When he realized the young people he worked with needed more resources, he became a city councillor in order to support them.
Nationally, regionally, and locally has been definitive. The Nunavut Devolution, the Port of Churchill, the Musée de Saint-Boniface. He is deservedly proud of the work the Government of Canada did to make real progress and investments in reconciliation when he was an MP and minister. To many of his former staffers, he is still the boss. To his family, he is the devoted pépère. Pour moi...
To me, he's a friend. Thank you, Dan. Just a reminder, I know the person we're talking about, but we're not allowed to refer to the presence in the galleries of any particular individual.
For Calgary Nose Hill.
Canada's immigration system used to be the envy of the world, and like so much else, the Liberals broke it. Public support for immigration has collapsed as too many newcomers, too fast, made housing unaffordable, healthcare unavailable, and youth jobs impossible to find. As a government in waiting, this fall, Conservatives not only opposed failed mass migration policies, but also proposed concrete solutions to fix it, like ending the wage-depressing, opportunity-stealing temporary foreign worker program, ensuring that non-citizens convicted of serious crimes like sexual assault are deported, strengthening the value of Canadian citizenship by ending one-click virtual citizenship ceremonies, placing limitations on automatic citizenship for descendants of temporary residents, and preventing illegal migrants with bogus asylum claims from accessing benefits that most Canadians can't get. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear, while the Liberals support mass migration policies, Conservatives will always fight for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Mont-Saint-Bruno, l'Acadie. Mr. Speaker, it's a great honour today for me to announce the creation of the Canada Democratic Republic of the Congo Interparliamentary Friendship Group. This group will provide a dynamic platform for dialogue, meetings, and greater cooperation in key areas like education, the Francophonie, energy transition, and student mobility. With a population of nearly 100 million, the DRC is now the world's largest French-speaking nation and a key partner in the French-speaking world. I'd like to thank my fellow parliamentarians who've already expressed their commitment to this initiative, and I invite all those who wish to do so to join us. Together, let's build strong bridges between our nations for a more stable, inclusive, and prosperous future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thanks to these Liberals, this Christmas is looking bleak because so many Canadians' families' paychecks are too weak. With grinchy Liberal ways, Canadians face a bleary plight, high taxes and spending, stealing Christmas magic and light. And just like the Grinch swiped every morsel, decoration, and treat, Liberal inflation robs their joys, leaving families in defeat. While 2.2 million visit food banks month on month, they plead, hoping for a food hamper, a simple happy deed. These grinchy Liberals' hearts are oh so small. Disconnected from realities, Liberals let their families fall. But like little Cindy Lou, who made the Grinch's mind see, Christmas doesn't come from a store, it's so much more, you see. So our ask is simple, a change we hope they make. Listen to Conservatives for Canadian families' sake. Bring back affordability, let their hearts grow in size, and bring back Christmas joy right before our very eyes.
The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge my family joining me in Ottawa today. Thank you for your love and support. And a special shout out to my sister, happy birthday. I want to extend my warmest holiday wishes to everyone across the Cardigan riding, Prince Edward Island, and indeed Canada. Especially to those volunteers and those working essential services throughout the holidays who are keeping our communities safe, healthy, and supported. And to our farmers who work every day of the year to provide homegrown, nutritious food for Canadians and the entire world. And a very special thank you to our dairy farmers who ensure Santa has fresh milk to go with the cookies.
This season reminds us of the strength we find in family, the support in community, and the progress we make when we come together for Canadians. When members of this House work with that same spirit, we can build Canada strong. To all members of this House, happy holidays and joyous Noel.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. It's the holiday season. It's a time of hope, and obviously the Conservative Party is the party of hope. And so we are sharing that hope with everyone today. But for too many people, life has become too expensive. There are single mothers and seniors who can't buy food, and the Prime Minister is threatening Canadians with a new increase in the gas tax, which will increase the cost of food. Will the Prime Minister, before Christmas, announce that he's going to cancel these hidden taxes on groceries so that Canadians can have hope to eat well? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party, listen, there's nobody who calls that the party of hope. But in this holiday season, I would like to wish even to the Grinchy Leader of the Opposition a very Merry Christmas, and the same to the entire Conservative caucus. I hope that they'll stop imagining taxes that don't exist, taxes that have never existed and never will exist for Canadians. We're going to offer support to all Canadians. Merry Christmas, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I had hoped that the Prime Minister was going to be here for once to defend. Even if it's Christmas, we can't allow ourselves to go against the rules. I'll have to take a question away from the Leader of the Opposition, and I'm sorry to do that, particularly at this time of the year. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I just was hoping that for once he would defend the cost of living, which is going up because of the taxes that they're imposing on groceries. But it's not just that. There's also crime. The Liberals are blocking their own bail law. The Conservatives have moved motions 17 times in the last 2 days to get that bail law to be able to move forward. And the Liberals have caused these problems by freeing criminals with Bill C-75 before Christmas. Will they allow us to move forward their own law to reprove the damage they've done? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, just because it's the holiday season and everyone is feeling generous, well, Mr. Speaker, just because of that, you can't twist the facts. The Conservatives spent September, October, November, and December blocking the most ambitious crime-fighting agenda in the history of Canada, Mr. Speaker. And now, at the last minute, on the very last day, all of a sudden, they want to change everything, rearrange everything. We have bills for bail. We have bills to fight hate. We have bills to fight violence and extortion, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives need to get out of the way.
Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, let me wish everyone a Merry Christmas, the time of hope. And of course, Conservatives are the party of hope. And we share that hope right across the House of Commons, as I do with the Prime Minister, inviting him to stand up. But unfortunately for many Canadians, it's the time of Liberal inflation. As they go down the grocery aisles, they see the costs of food rising before their eyes. As the Prime Minister increases hidden taxes on the cost of making and selling food. 7 cents a litre gas tax he plans for the new year. Will he rise today and give Canadians some hope by announcing he's reversing that latest Liberal tax hike?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Rather than focusing on imaginary taxes like the opposition, we stay focused on helping Canadian families, and it's why Canada Child Benefit checks will be delivered early this year, Mr. Speaker. Early this month so that families can have the money when they need it most as they get ready for a happy holiday and Merry Christmas, Mr. Speaker. We're focused on supporting Canadians and Canadian families, something that I would hope a party that talks about hope would want to do.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the member might be suggesting that her own government department is imagining things again. I'm reading right here from the Environment Department's quote, impacts of the CFR on gasoline and diesel prices. And for 2026, 7 cents a litre, Mr. Speaker. Oh, wow. Another tax increase on fuel. So while the Prime Minister promised to flip-flop on carbon taxes and copy Conservative ideas, once again, it's the costly counterfeit version on his side. That tax will increase the cost of producing and delivering food to grocery stores. For just in time for Christmas, will he get rid of this latest Liberal tax on energy and food?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
What we always seek more hope, and it will never come from the Conservatives, is actually for them to read a full report in its entirety and understand the actual implications. In fact, the fuel regulations do not have the impact as he described them, but let's go a little bit further. Let's talk about the opportunities, because I'm hoping he's thinking about canola farmers too. The regulation reduces emissions, but it creates opportunities for canola farmers. They have actually specifically said it is not a tax, and once more, it spurs innovation, creates opportunities. That's what we're about. That's what HoC is about.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's very telling that the Prime Minister is not prepared to stand up and defend his own tax. But just to prove that it's another counterfeit, the Liberals say that a tax on the diesel farmers use is going to help farmers, just like releasing criminals, they say, will reduce crime. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have been fighting to end Liberal bail for a very long time. The Liberals pretended to agree with us introducing a watered-down bail bill, but now they're blocking their own bill. Conservatives have moved 17 times to push the bail bill forward, and 17 times Liberals have blocked it, not 1 second of study at their own Justice Committee. Will they get out of the way so that we can scrap Liberal bail and bring safety by Christmas?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that leader lives in a bit of a parallel universe if he thinks that we are the ones in the way of the most ambitious crime-fighting agenda that has been presented to this Parliament ever. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are blocking progress on bail reform. They are blocking progress on immigration reform. They are blocking progress against extortion, child pornography, against all manner of crimes, Mr. Speaker. Will that leader stand up right now, turn around, tell his caucus, get out of the way of the Liberals fighting crime?
I took one question away because the Honourable Member broke a rule. We're now going to l'Honorable Député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we're not ready to start. We'll restart. It was mentioned earlier when the rule was broken. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, usually at this time of year we'd take a look back over the parliamentary session, but this year there's going to be a report to shareholders, I think, because Canada clearly has become a business. With this Prime Minister, the Liberals are no longer even pretending the fight against climate change is over. The environment, to them, it's an obstacle to trade. With C5, C15 and S4, compliance with the law is over. Why? Well, it slows down business. So much for the Quebec difference. The Prime Minister launched an appeal against Bill 21 as quickly as he dropped his French classes. Did the Liberals realize that Quebecers did not vote for Canada Inc.? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, Canadians voted to build a Canada that's not only strong, but also to make sure that we build it well, and that's what we're doing. We have committed to strengthen the industrial price on carbon. We have made a commitment to strengthen methane regulations. We have committed to continuing with clean electricity, particularly in Quebec, and that's going to continue. We will be doing the work that needs to be done. We are fighting climate change, and we are building a Canada strong. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals don't have a Prime Minister. They have a CEO. They're not listening to social priorities like healthcare, seniors, and their CEO isn't listening to the ministers. They have to resign to be heard, and they're not listening to voters with their conservative budget. They're not listening to Quebecers who voted for them out of fear of Donald Trump. And their attitude now to their relationship with Washington, to quote the CEO, who cares? The only difference is that a CEO in a private company with a deficit like this, they'd be fired. Will the Liberals remind their CEO that he's in a democratic parliament? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If my colleague wants to talk about a record, we could talk about 180,000 jobs created in the country over the last 3 months. We could talk about the employment rate that's been going down month over month. Major investments like just this week, $19 billion, Microsoft in Canada. We can also talk about inflation that's within in the Bank of Canada's targets. And what's the Bloc's record, Mr. Speaker? No asks for culture, no asks for the environment in the budget, and they even voted against the National School Food Program. They voted against investments in culture, Mr. Speaker. They voted against social programs for Quebec. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, do you know what's generational in the Liberal record? Well, it's their betrayal of climate, their abandonment of all their green policies for an oil deal with Alberta. According to the former Environment Minister, it's a fire sale. Their shift to oil is going to sabotage any chance of achieving our greenhouse gas reduction targets over the long term. They're sacrificing all the efforts that older Quebecers have made, everything they've done for the climate, and they're telling younger people, well, deal with the problems. When the Liberals talk about generational issues, is this the generational legacy they want to leave? The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that we can talk about a betrayal. The strategy is changing, but the targets remain the same. We, as a country, are going to meet our goals. But we need to face the changing reality in the world today. We are modifying our strategies, but the vision remains the same, and that's building Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary East.
Before telling Canadians to judge them by grocery prices, the Prime Minister should have removed hidden food taxes, like the industrial carbon tax, the Liberal fuel standard, and the food packaging tax. The verdict's in, and it's very expensive. An average family of 4 will pay an extra $1,000 in grocery costs next year. In fact, weekly groceries have doubled under the Liberals from $160 a week to $340 a week. Do executives at Brookfield need to start lining up at food banks before this Prime Minister gives a damn about lowering food prices?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Here we go with imaginary taxes again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if that leader actually cared about the economy, he wouldn't have spent the last 20 years in this House voting against it. On this side, we're not playing procedural games. We've been governing. We passed an historic budget to build our economy. They hid behind the curtains. The proof is in the pudding, Mr. Speaker. In the face of a trade war, our economy is growing. We've added 180,000 jobs in 3 months alone. I hope his heart grows 2 sizes big. He becomes more focused on affordability for Canadians. Let's get on with building the economy. Thanks, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Speaker, the Liberals are failing Canadians on housing. They're breaking their promise of 500,000 new homes per year, and their fourth housing bureaucracy is a mess, with their independent budget watchdog confirming it will only build 5,000 homes per year. Buyers can't buy, sellers can't sell, and builders can't build. Yet the Liberals refuse to adopt our Conservative plan to axe the GST on all new homes built under $1.3 million to boost building immediately. Why is that when the Liberals promise, things get more expensive every time and things stay same again and again?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I've got some good news to share with the House. Just this Monday, the Prime Minister and Mayor Sutcliffe announced a new partnership with the City of Ottawa.
Excellent.
3,000 mixed-income affordable homes will be built across the city. And through this joint investment, the City of Ottawa will fast-track the construction of 2,000 units of mixed-income and affordable housing on federal lands. Build Canada Homes will be financing 1,000 affordable homes from the City of Ottawa's slate of projects. This is fantastic news, streamlining the approvals and getting homes built fast.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
This fall, the Liberals voted against the most comprehensive comprehensive immigration reforms in recent history, despite their promise to get immigration under control. Conservative proposals presented would have boosted wages and opportunities for Canadian youth by ending the temporary foreign worker program, ensuring non-citizens convicted of serious crimes like sexual assault are deported, and preventing illegal immigrants with bogus asylum claims from accessing benefits that Canadians don't get. Why is it that the more that the Liberals say they're going to change, the results are always higher costs, more crime, fewer homes, and more of the same?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship, Refugees, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have an immigration plan that is sustainable and strategic. This plan will attract the best international talent to build a strong economy. It will bring in high-level researchers to Canada. It will help us invest in recognizing foreign credentials, and it will also help us build Francophone and rural communities. We have bills C2 and C12 to protect our borders and strengthen our immigration system. I invite the opposition to support those measures.
Honourable member for Barrie South Innisfil.
We found out today the Prime Minister's signature major projects office is directing Bay Street corporations, capital investors and banks to lend or second staff to the MPO, asking the companies to top up their pay. Here's how greasy this is. Banks, energy, mining companies, and Brookfield could end up with employees on the inside of the MPO, giving them the inside track and advice on projects they're working on, while these companies pay their salaries and provide lucrative bonuses. Under this scheme, just to spell this out, the Prime Minister's corporate buddies will be paying to have insiders work at the MPO. How is this ethical?
The Honourable Minister responsible for Canada-U.S. trade.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we want to thank our friend for his excellent conspiracy theory work. Mr. Speaker, we think that only the Conservatives would be shocked. Only the Conservatives would be shocked that quality women and men with experience in the private sector would step forward to work with a government that's going to build Canada strong, get major projects done. We're proud of the people that want to come forward and serve Canadians, and we regret that the Conservatives find that somehow a problem.
The Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Prime Minister's Bay Street buddies that are sounding the alarm, Mr. Speaker. If you're on Bay Street and you want a mine built, no problem, because you can pay to send an employee to the Prime Minister's major projects office to help you. Want a reactor built? No problem, because you can pay to send an employee to the Prime Minister's major project office to help you. Are you a large capital investor, say like, I don't know, Brookfield, and you want to fund a green project that pads the Prime Minister's portfolio? No problem, because you can pay to send an employee to the Prime Minister's major project office to help you. This is wrong, unethical, and corrupt. How is this happening?
Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, I remember being an opposition member of Parliament. I was very impressed with some of the quality people from Bay Street that former Prime Minister Harper recruited to serve as Chief of Staff in his office, for example. So it wasn't a scandal then when people with business experience could serve in the government. And we're proud, Mr. Speaker, we're proud that this government and this Prime Minister is able to recruit that talent to join the talented women and men in Canada's public service to get things done and to grow the Canadian economy.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lake.
While this Prime Minister and his government are looking to stack their major project office with corporate insiders and then have corporations send money to the major project office, Canadians are lined up at food banks in record numbers. Now, the firms paying those so-called top-ups to government employees are the same ones who are going to benefit from fast-track decisions made by the major project office. Why is it that the only pipeline that they're getting built is one that funnels cash from Bay Street to this Prime Minister's major project office?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Several years ago, that member earned the nickname the Death Valley Well Driller. The Death Valley Well Driller is that lonely guy out in the desert who's gone looking for water and never finds it. And here he is, once again, winding up the big pitch, and it all ends in nothing, Mr. Speaker. Of course, there are talented men and women joining with the government. We're going to help build the country. We're going to build Canada strong, notwithstanding the naysayers and the Death Valley well drillers.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, we've seen the depths of the corruption from these Liberals, and we've seen it with these ministers, including those who sit in the front bench today, who've been found to have broken Canada's ethics laws. And this Prime Minister is the one who has the market cornered on shadow lobbying, and now it looks very much like he's inviting more of his Bay Street buddies to have the inside track and have Bay Street pay for access so that his government can fast-track their projects. Canadians are lined up at food banks, and Liberal insiders are lined up at the Prime Minister's front door. Why won't...
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, it's easy to dream up conspiracies about everything when you've never built anything. When you've never built anything. We should be proud that good, hard-working people from the business community want to come to this government and work to build this country strong.
The honourable member for Côte Nord, Kawawa-Chikamack, Nitassinan. Mr. Speaker, for Quebecers, the approach of the holiday season is a time of generosity towards those less fortunate. I'm sorry, I didn't understand what happened.
Il n'y a pas d'interprétation?
There's no interpretation? No? Okay, we'll start again. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, for Quebecers, the approach of the holiday season is a time of generosity towards those less fortunate. But for the Liberals, well, it's not so clear, because they're cutting $25 million in Quebec for help for people experiencing homelessness. Last Thursday, the minister confirmed that he's ending the Encampment and Crisis Response Program as of March 31st. How? In the middle of winter, can the government announce cuts to the fight against homelessness when the crisis has never been so serious? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to note to my colleague across the way that the Government of Canada has put in place the Canada Dental Plan, which is having a major impact on the lives of Canadians. 6 million Canadians are already covered by this program, including the most vulnerable. Many people are able to see dentists and dental hygienists for the first time in their lives. I would invite my colleague from across the way and all colleagues to ask all members of their ridings to sign up for the dental plan. The honourable member for Shefford. Well, I think she got the wrong answer there, Mr. Speaker. $25 million a year is nothing compared to an $80 billion deficit. It makes no sense to cut funding for the fight against homelessness. This is tens of thousands of dollars less for each one of our community organizations at a time when they know that the crisis is affecting more and more vulnerable people. This includes women who now represent about 30% of people living in homelessness. That's double the numbers that we've seen in the past. Frankly, is this really the time to cut funding to Quebec and to our organizations? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. This is an important question. Homelessness in the country and in Quebec is particularly concerning. That's why we have a homelessness strategy. It's been in place for a few years with major investments. I would ask my colleague to look at the budget for 2025, which she voted against. There's $1.1 billion for transitionary housing for people living in situations of homelessness and to also help prevent people fall into homelessness. I would invite her to review her position on budget 2025 and support us in our efforts to fight homelessness. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, here in this House, all members have to follow the values and ethics codes for members of Parliament. And in the Conflict of Interest Act, it says that it is prohibited for a public office holder to personally solicit funds if doing so places them in a conflict of interest. The Permanent Anti-Corruption Unit in Quebec is now conducting an investigation into the Liberal funny business scandal, the Fling Flang scandal, here in Ottawa. It's a criminal investigation. 2 weeks ago, the Liberal member for Laval-Les-Îles promised TVA that he would make a statement to explain his involvement in this affair. Does the member for Laval-Les-Îles have the courage to stand up and explain to Quebecers his potential involvement in the Fling Flang affair? Unfortunately, I was a bit distracted during the question. I didn't hear the question. We'll see. I will listen again to the question this time. Well, listen closely, Mr. Speaker. Listen very closely. Well, listen, it's one of your members. It's because of one of your members. It was one of your members who was speaking to me. So, listen, we'll be careful with the sarcasm, okay? All right. The honourable member can start again. Listen closely, Mr. Speaker. Here in this House, all members are subject to the Conflict of Interest Code for members of Parliament. And it's clearly stated in the Conflict of Interest Act that, and I quote, it's prohibited for a public office holder to personally solicit funds if doing so places them in a conflict of interest. The Permanent Anti-Corruption Unit in Quebec is now conducting an investigation into the Liberal kickback, the Fling Flang scandal in Ottawa. No, but we haven't spoken about a member of the government, a member of cabinet. It doesn't appear to me to be relevant to the administration of the federal government, but I will let the government choose to respond if it wishes. The next question, the honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, right now, the Permanent Anti-Corruption Unit is studying the Liberal Fling Flang scandal in Ottawa. Just a moment, please. Just a moment. Just a moment, please. So this question doesn't affect the administration of the federal government. I'm not aware of what UPAC would be investigating in this case. If it's the same, it seems like it's the same question as the previous question. Mr. Speaker, I'll ask another question, Mr. Speaker, because the media is talking about this everywhere. The member for Laval-Les-Îles said to TVA that he would explain his involvement in this scandal, which is currently being studied by UPAC. But my question, Mr. Speaker, now is on the Prime Minister's decision to choose Mike Wiseman to become the next ambassador for Canada to the United States, knowing very well that Mike Wiseman has already said that he was the creator of the Century Initiative, which wants to see 100 million people in Canada in 2100. And he said that he didn't care what Quebec had to say about it. And Mr. Wiseman is against supply management. Can the Prime Minister change his mind and not appoint Mark Wiseman as ambassador? The Honourable Minister for Canada-US Relations. Mr. Speaker, for the fourth time, our colleague is lucky. his question was in order this time, yet he has some challenges with the facts. He's talking about people who are not in the government, public policy that is not government policy. He knows very well that our government supports supply management. Under no circumstances will we negotiate supply management with the Americans. So despite what he's trying to do, we understand that the facts are still a bit loose here.
Honorable député de Bellechasse-Lévis.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Food banks are overflowing, but the Prime Minister seems to be living in another universe. While Canadians are struggling to put food on the table, this Liberal Prime Minister spent $736,000 taxpayer dollars on a private jet, Mr. Speaker, even though a perfectly good government plane was available for a third of the price. 86% of Canadians have to go without meat because they can no longer afford to buy it. When will he stop making us pay for his whims while the world goes hungry? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those who live in another universe are Conservative MPs, like my colleague who voted against measures that help her constituents, like the dental plan for 20,000 people. There's also the childcare benefit that reduced poverty in young people by 38%. I would like her to come to my riding so we can talk about the positive impact these policies have had on Quebecers, and she's constantly voted against. The honourable member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Well, I will speak to him about the consequences of his policies. A 75-year-old senior in my riding spends more than half of her income on rent and medicine. Recently, this person found themselves in front of a grocery shelf thinking, I can't afford this, and she had to leave in tears. She said to a food bank, I'm ashamed, I've worked all my life and I never thought I'd have to ask for food assistance. That is the reality on the ground, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality of their policy. The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Votes speak louder than what she has to say, because she voted against an increase of the guaranteed income supplement that helps the most vulnerable seniors. She voted against the childcare benefit, against the dental care plan, against a tax reduction for 22 million Canadians. She voted against affordable housing. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but in the next year, they should perhaps check themselves and see how they can help Canadians and Quebecers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Winnipeg West.
Mr. Speaker, the Early Learning Child Care Program is already providing families across Canada with thousands of dollars of savings each year. In my own province of Manitoba, the program saves families an average of $2,800 a year. Last month, the Minister of Jobs and Families announced an extension of child care agreements with Saskatchewan and Ontario, ensuring that families in those two provinces continue to have access to this incredible program. Could the Minister please update us on the status of the early learning and child care in Alberta?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, good news, Mr. Speaker, and just in time for Christmas, tomorrow we'll be signing the extension of the early learning and childcare agreement with Alberta. And now all provinces and territories have agreed to continue this important program. That means in Alberta, childcare costs have been reduced to $15 per day, and it saves families on average $7,600 per year, Mr. Speaker. So that's money that families have to put on mortgages, to buy groceries, to save for their children's education, or even pay for hockey. Merry Christmas, Alberta.
The Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have asked the Liberals 17 times at the Justice Committee to start working on the bail bill. We moved 17 motions to get to bail, and 17 times the Liberals blocked it. They voted against our Jail Not Bail Act, they voted against our three strikes motion, and now they're blocking their own bill. At what point will this government stop voting against every single measure to finally scrap Liberal bail?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I'd remind the honourable member that what he calls liberal bail is supported by the Canadian Police Association, the Ontario Police Association, the police chief in my community, and the police chief in his community. In fact, when his police chief showed up at committee, he urged all members, including the Conservative Party, to actually accelerate the process. He is citing revisionist history. If you go back and look at the tapes, you'll see that he and his colleagues spent the entire fall filibustering, talking about kittens and puppies, not crime and safety. Mr. Speaker, we are here to defend Canada's communities and the people who call them home. I wish the Conservatives would get out of the way and do something to promote public safety in this country.
The honourable member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Perhaps this minister should actually show up at the Justice Committee and see what his colleagues are doing. We show up ready to fix the Liberals' broken bail system. But after more than 17 attempts to prioritize C-14, the answer from the Liberals is always no. It is clear this government is unwilling to take even modest steps towards keeping Canadians safe. And still today, they continue to block tougher bail measures at every turn. When will they stop obstructing so we can finally scrap Liberal bail once and for all, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, after several months of obstruction and delay getting in the way of measures to improve public safety, my honourable colleague has finally realized that people are seeing that it is he and his colleagues who have been delaying and denying justice from advancing in this country. Right now we have an opportunity not just to move forward on bail and sentencing reform, but he's actively delaying legislation that is meant to help communities who are seeing their synagogues defaced, who are seeing their mosques attacked, who are seeing communities face harassment and assault in our grocery stores and on our university campuses. We can combat hate and reform the bail system at the same time. I wish he, for once, would cooperate.
The honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Speaker, it's difficult day in, day out, and see the Liberals claim to have the solutions for the problems they've created. For the last 48 hours, Liberals have rejected 17 attempts by Conservative members to advance critical bail reforms because they won't get off their desire to attack the religious freedoms of Canadians. Canadians want real reforms to bail, not Liberal obstruction. When will the Liberals get serious about real crime instead of thought crime?
The Honourable Minister of Justice. Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Elgin St. Thomas, London South, has been the main culprit that's been filibustering all the crime bills in the Justice Committee this season, Mr. Speaker. He's been talking about cats and dogs when hate crimes have gone up over 70% in this country. And the reason we brought this bill was to help protect those worshippers, Mr. Speaker. We're doing everything on this side of the House to protect Canadians, to protect public safety, and they've been opposing, they've been stalling, they've been blocking it, Mr. Speaker.
Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
I will not allow the Secretary of State to point fingers when the very communities she's claiming to be speaking for have been the ones to cry.
You're not going to allow it?
The honourable member may start from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will not allow that Secretary of State to point fingers for...
I think we're going to hear that line many more times if it continues to be too noisy on this side. The honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South from the top, please.
Secretary of State is pointing fingers because she doesn't want to look at the millions of fingers that have been pointing at this Liberal government for allowing these problems to fester. Even today, Liberal members of the Justice Committee said that the Minister of Justice would only come before committee if we agreed to wave through their divisive and toxic Bill C-9. Why are they putting conditions on transparency and accountability and obstructing their own legislation? Why won't the Minister of Justice appear before committee, and why won't he stand up now instead of pointing fingers?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, it's It's just a fact that the member from Elgin St. Thomas, London South, has been blocking all crime bills in the Justice Committee since the beginning of this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. He's been talking about his pets instead of talking about the safety of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. But this is a clear pattern that we're seeing from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. They've been weak on crime since they've gotten here. They've been blocking the bail reform bill, Mr. Speaker. They've been blocking protections for peaceful worshippers, and they won't allow the police the powers they need to stop extortionists and pedophiles, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Under these Liberals, food prices have doubled and Canadians are struggling to get by. There are now 2.2 million food bank visits in a single month, with 1 in 10 of those users being seniors. Paul, a 70-year-old from Woodstock, was forced out of retirement and is now working night shifts to stock the shelves just so he could survive, Mr. Speaker. The seniors that helped build this country are now the ones that are struggling to afford to live in it. So will the Liberals finally stop driving costs up so our seniors could afford to eat and retire with dignity?
Yeah!
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, remember when the Grinch tried to steal Christmas? He drove all the way up to the top of Mount Crumpet because he had everything that he needed and he was going to throw the gifts that the Who's deserved because he thought they didn't deserve to have nice things. It's kind of like the leader of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. For 25 years, he's had dental care because he's had a job here in the House of Commons. So he votes against dental care for 9 million Canadians. He's got secure housing. He lives comfortably at Stornoway in government-owned housing, so he votes against affordable housing for millions and millions of Canadians. My Christmas wish is that the leader of the Conservative Party comes back in January with a heart that's grown 3 sizes and tries to help a Canadian for once in his 21-year career.
The honourable member for Oxford.
I once promised that hard work meant a great life, but with these Liberals, that promise is gone. Ryan, a single father from Thamesford, worked extremely hard, but is struggling to put food on the tables. He's struggling to put gas in his car, and he's struggling to keep his house warm for Christmas. And just like millions of other Canadians, he is now relying on a food bank to feed his families. With grocery prices going up $1,000, will the Liberals finally stop their reckless inflationary spending, scrap their hidden food taxes, so our citizens like Ryan can afford to eat once again?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
No, bah humbug is just a name for the opposition leader's management style. And thank God the human emotion of joy is not deductible, because the Conservatives would find a way to claw it back right before Christmas. They won't feed children. They won't help us feed children in school. They won't help us build affordable housing. They won't help us give and deliver families a well-earned tax break before Christmas. What's next? The Christmas tree? Are they going to try and take that away too? Even the Grinch had the good sense to give people the presents back before Christmas. When will this Conservative Party stand up and actually support Canadians? They said they were Canada first. Why do they put them last every chance they get?
The honourable member for Long Range Malcolm.
While Canadians cannot afford the basics, this Liberal Prime Minister spent nearly $800,000 on a private jet. In Newfoundland and Labrador, we have the highest unemployment rate in the country. At more than 10%, families are stretched thin. Canada's food price report shows the grocery bill has more than doubled since 2015, rising from $159 a week to $338. And next year, families are expected to pay even more. When will these Liberals stop their inflationary spending, cut the industrial carbon tax and their new fuel tax so Canadians can afford to eat?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, I am so pleased to be able to stand and address the misinformation, the imaginary taxes, and the general disengagement from what matters in our province of Newfoundland and Labrador. Budget 2025 is about investment. It's about building this country. It is investments in rural Newfoundland and Labrador like the rest of the country. Roads, bridges, schools, hospitals. It is support for families, 46,000 families in our province who need the Canada Child Benefit indexed to inflation. This member voted against all of these.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountain.
That answer is not acceptable, and I'm going to tell you why. A woman in my riding shared a moment that she said she will never forget. She was in the grocery store. She saw a senior couple standing at the meat counter. The elderly wife looked at her husband and quietly said, "I know I need to buy something, but I don't know what to buy because everything is so expensive." The woman who witnessed this exchange told me she went to her car and cried. She never thought she would see seniors in Newfoundland and Labrador struggling like that. When will the Prime Minister finally take these struggles seriously and make life affordable for the people in Newfoundland and Labrador?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Speaker, I'm going to deal in facts. Supports for seniors are indexed to inflation. Housing supports help seniors find affordable places to live. Supports for families and communities in Newfoundland and Labrador. School food program, which another member from Newfoundland and Labrador called garbage, feeds children. $800 a year for a family of two in savings. On and on I can go, and on and on and on. The Conservative members vote against everything that supports families and seniors.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moots Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, across Saskatchewan, families are being crushed by soaring grocery prices. I recently spoke with a family farm, people who feed this country and the world. Yet after paying their bills, they now rely on a local food bank to get by. This should never happen in a country like Canada. And this Liberal government should be ashamed that there are now 27 cases of scurvy in Saskatchewan because people cannot afford healthy food after 10 years of Liberal inflation and higher taxes. How does this government defend a record where farm families need food banks and Canadians are now being diagnosed with scurvy?
Good question.
Okay, let's see if we can listen to the entire answer without making any noise. The Honourable Secretary of State for Rural Development.
Speaker, like any serious disease, this government will respond to it. We'll work, Mr. Speaker, with all the officials involved, including our provincial counterparts. But I want to say to our House Leader, he has a very kind heart. He said at some of your interventions as answering the last questions, be kind, he said. So I'm going to say I wish you all the gift of greater tolerance for all people. In the new year, I wish the Conservatives place the priorities of Canada above your own political agenda. In this new year...
The Honourable Secretary of State knows that he must address the House through the chair.
He's telling you
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Mr. Speaker, in the Great North and Arctic, families face some of the highest costs of living for housing and basic necessities. In just a few months, our new government has announced several affordability measures for Canadians as well as in the North. Can the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs share how our government is working, including on the issue of Bill C4's affordability measures, to deliver financial relief to northern communities across that need it most?
Honourable Minister for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, for the first time in generations, we're making historic investments in housing and infrastructure across the North, building homes and roads and community facilities. We're investing in clean energy, better internet, and stronger transportation links, all in partnership with Indigenous communities. So Bill 4 delivers tax cuts, GST housing credits, and enhanced benefits so families can heat their homes and feed their children. This is generational change for the North, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Yesterday at committee, the finance minister condescendingly said he was a lawyer and he'd be happy to explain the Stellantis contract. Well, Mr. Speaker, you don't have to be a lawyer or even an accountant to know that 4,475 jobs is less than 8,000 jobs. These guys, these incompetent Liberals, signed a contract with Stellantis that was going to pay them billions of dollars, and it guaranteed 4,400 jobs when Stellantis at the time had 8,000 jobs. This allowed Stellantis to fire 3,000 workers and ship the jobs down to the United States. How do they explain this unbelievable level of incompetence?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We signed that deal on behalf of this government for every worker,
every employee, every member of that community. And Stellantis broke that deal, so we, in our opinion, they are in default. We are going to get that money back, or the jobs are coming back, period.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Yeah, except when Stellantis was at committee, they said they're not in default of the contract. So they're probably relying on the section in the contract that said they would guarantee 4,475 jobs, when at the time the company had 8,000 jobs. 4,475 jobs is about 3,500 less than 8,000. I know that's hard for these Liberals to comprehend, and that's why they feel like when they fired 3,000 workers, they're not in default. And guess who benefits again from this? Donald Trump in America, where all those jobs went, along with a $13 billion investment from Stellantis. What?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Instead of repeating Stellantis talking points and talking points from south of the border, perhaps the party on the other side should be joining with us to agree that the company is in default, and they should be joining us in encouraging the company to come to the table and either return those jobs or give our money back, period.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, at Industry Committee again yesterday, the Finance Minister falsely claimed there were, quote, the strongest protections for auto jobs at Stellantis. Well, we all know the outcome of that, 3,000 job losses in Brampton and $13 billion of investment by Stellantis in the United States. The contract was so badly written that the job numbers were only, quote, aspirational, with no penalties. How can the Liberals claim they're supporting auto workers when there are zero job guarantees in the contract?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Speaking of jobs for the good people of Brampton, Ontario, this new government is making a record $2 billion federal investment for the new SMR energy project in Darlington, Ontario. This will create 18,000 new jobs. Our energy sector is world-renowned. We'll continue to open doors for new exports around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives stand in the way of progress, our government is relentless in delivering for Canadians, including by bringing forward two pieces of trade diversification legislation this parliamentary session. Trade diversification benefits the entire country, which is why we're moving swiftly to advance the trade deal with Indonesia, a market of 275 million people. Can the minister share how the Canadian-Indonesian trade agreement will create real opportunities for Canadian businesses and workers?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague through you for his good work on the International Trade Committee and, of course, for the good people of Mississauga. Indonesia is the 8th largest economy in the world with a population of over 280 million potential consumers. The trade agreement that we tabled this morning will cut tariffs and open new opportunities in aerospace, agri-food, agriculture, critical minerals, and so much more. Together, we're opening doors for Canadian workers, Canadian businesses, and Canadian products to new global markets around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, on October 2nd, the Health Minister's Assistant Deputy Minister for Controlled Substances told the Health Committee that no federal funding was used to buy crack pipes. Yet this week, the very same official was caught lying to committee when she revealed that Health Canada was in fact buying crack pipes with tax dollars. Wow. If an average Canadian lies on a government forum, they face real consequences. So, can the Health Minister tell us what consequences her senior official will face for lying to Parliament about funding crack pipes? How about...
L'honorable ministre de la Santé.
Monsieur le Président, mon collègue de l'opposition.
My colleague across the way knows full well that we don't fund any publicly served crack pipes. And he knows it full well because he keeps ragging on about it at committee.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
The Cowetson Nation Aboriginal title case is an important decision affirming First Nations rights. Let's be clear, this decision is not about taking land from private owners. The federal government must focus its efforts on reconciliation and honor of the Crown. Will the minister convene negotiations with all affected parties to ensure an orderly transition toward respecting the ancestral, spiritual, cultural rights of the Cowichan Nation?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we will continue to work collaboratively with all parties to uphold the principles of reconciliation, transparency, and legal responsibility. We remain available for dialogue with all parties involved. That involves British Columbia, the City of Richmond, Musqueam Indian Band, Tsawwassen First Nation, as well as the Cowichan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are promising massive profits to resource extraction companies by fast-tracking projects on Indigenous lands while investing nothing in community safety. Violence against Indigenous women and girls spikes around man camps, including sexual assault, trafficking, and child sexual exploitation, a reality that was confirmed in the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. Yet this year's budget offers zero. Do our lives matter, Mr. Speaker, or is this government going to turn their back on us yet again?
The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
The crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls is unacceptable, and our government is taking concrete action. Through the National Action Plan and the federal pathway, we are funding new shelters and safe spaces, supporting Indigenous-led safety programs, improving policing standards, and advancing culturally grounded services for families and survivors. We know progress must be faster. We will continue working directly with Indigenous partners to implement the calls for justice and deliver real, measurable change. This is our...
The point of order, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Speaker, while Standing Order 18 is of interest in respect to the government House Leader calling me the Death Valley Well Digger, what I would say through the Speaker is that I'll stop digging if they stop burying stuff.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, it is Death Valley Well Driller.
I think this is debate. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you. I have a point of order, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect, regarding the Conservative Party questions that were refused earlier. First of all, Mr. Speaker, again, with all due respect, I believe that questions can be legitimate if they are raising concerns about people that have previously been members in this House. May I speak? May I? Yes, we have to listen to what the member says. We have to listen to the reasoning behind the point of order. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you. Let me start again, Mr. Speaker. If we raise questions about people who have been previous members here or federal employees, so without accusing anyone, we believe that it is fully legitimate for members of the Bloc Québécois to raise these questions here in this House, especially because the UPAC is currently carrying out an inquiry. And if that inquiry were to lead to the conclusion that federal members were involved, I think that could be relevant, the results of the anti-corruption unit's investigation in Quebec. That's the first thing. Now, the next thing, if I can get the attention of the House, please. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Yes, I would like the member to continue so I can follow his logic. I will now move on to my second point. Members of the Bloc Québécois tried in good faith to clarify that point. And we had questions about this, and we wanted to know whether relevant answers could be provided. Well, on the second point, I have already made a ruling on that. I did that earlier this week. The questions need to be in order, but I don't have any control on the answers provided. That is according to the practices of this House. Yes, again, with all due respect, I think we should reconsider that, because in the standing orders, it is stated that answers must be related to the question. But that's not always the case, and that doesn't make sense to me. In my opinion, if limits are being placed on this side, they should be placed on the other side as well. Or we allow these relevant questions to be asked. Well, I already ruled on the second aspect, and on the first aspect, well, in my personal opinion, and I will reflect on this issue, but the member's interpretation of this matter is so broad that almost anything could be included in this category of being relevant to the federal administration. So I don't know if I agree with that interpretation, but I will think about it. The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regard to the first point, I would like to make a modest suggestion. There will be provincial elections in 2026. If the member wishes to run... No, that is not a point of order. It was pretty clear right away that that was not a point of order. Any other points of order before continuing? No? It being 3:18, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions on the motions at report stage of Bill C-12. Call in the members.
The question is on motion number 1. Mr. Caputo, seconded by Mr. Arnold, moved that Bill C-12 be amended by deleting the short title. That's it. There's nothing. The 10-minute period for voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
There's nothing.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Ms. Kobania.
Ms. Kobania.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford South Langley.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford South Langley.
Monsieur Rollo.
Monsieur Rollo.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Monsieur Hardy.
Monsieur Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Ms. Kirkland.
Miss Kirkland.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conans.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Ms. Cronus.
Miss Cronus.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Ms. Sahoda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Bellinger, Desnathay, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desnathay, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. Chartrand.
Ms. Chartrand.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Mrs. Galmasti.
Mrs. Galmasti.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt, Saanich Suk.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt, Saanich Suk.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Madame Chanette.
Madame Chanette.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Madame Menard.
Madame Menard.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Briard.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zarevitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Ms. Church.
Ms. Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Hurdle.
Ms. Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Mr. McDonald, Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald, Cardigan.
Mr. Mallette, Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Mallette, Bay of Quinte.
Ms. Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Navin.
Ms. Navin.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Monsieur Joseph. Correction, Monsieur Toumba.
Monsieur Toumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Ms. Royer.
Ms. Royer.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonin.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I would like to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Ne voyant aucune main.
Seeing no raised hand, the table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 147, 147. Nays contre 188, 188.
I declare motion number 1 defeated.
The question is on motion number 2. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 3 to 21, 23 to 47, and 49 to 51. A negative vote on motion number 2 requires the question to be put on motions number 22 and 48. Ms. May, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moved that Bill C-12 be amended by deleting clause 28. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find consent to apply the results from the last vote to this one, with Liberal members voting nay.
Here, here.
The Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting no.
L'Honorable Whip du Bloc québécois.
The Honourable Bloc québécois Whip. The Bloc québécois agrees to apply the vote. We will be voting nay.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, New Democrats agree to apply the results of the last vote to the current vote, with New Democrats voting yes.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party also agrees to apply the results of the vote. The Green Party votes yay.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 8-8. Nays contre 327, 327.
I declare motion number 2 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 3 to 21, 23 to 47, and 49 to 51 defeated. The question is on motion number 22. Mr. Ananda Sangari, seconded by Mr. Sarai, moved that Bill C-12 in Clause 47 be amended by A, replacing lines 4 to 8 on page 23 with the following. A, in the case where the person has voluntarily returned to the country in respect of which they claimed refugee protection, and the Refugee Protection Division has not yet made a decision in respect of the claim, must determine that the claim has been abandoned, and B, in any other case must not commence or must suspend consideration of the claim. B, replacing lines. May I dispense? Okay. The Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find consent to apply the results from the last vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting yes.
Honourable Opposition Whip.
Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting in favour.
The Honourable Bloc québécois Whip. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc québécois agrees to apply the vote. We will be voting yay.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, New Democrats agree to apply the results of the last vote to the current vote, with New Democrats voting no.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party agrees to the applying the results of the last vote to this vote. Greens vote no.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 327, 327. Nays contre 8-8.
I declare the motion carried.
The question is on motion number 48. Ms. Rempel-Gardner, seconded by Mr. Arnold, moved that Bill C-12 in Clause 72 be amended by replacing line 3 on page 32 with the following. Permanent resident status, or to grant or extend study permits or work permits. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find consent to apply the results from the last vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting yay.
The Whip of the Official Opposition.
Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting in favour.
L'Honourable Whip.
The Honourable Bloc québécois Whip. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc québécois agrees to apply the vote. We will be voting yay.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, New Democrats agree to apply the results of the last vote to the current vote, with New Democrats voting nay.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Agreeing to apply the results of the last vote to this vote, with the Green Party voting no.
Le Bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 327, 327. Nay contre 8, 8.
La motion numéro...
I declare motion number 48 carried.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari, seconded by Ms. McKnight, moves that Bill C-12, an act respecting certain measures relating to the security of Canada's borders and the integrity of the Canadian immigration system and respecting other related security measures, as amended, be concurred in at report stage with further amendments. On division, agreed. I therefore declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. To the Thursday question. The Honourable Opposition Whip.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the Liberals have decided to allow for Bill C-14 to pass. We have in many occasions, 17 over the last number of hours, asked for the Liberals to expedite C-14 to allow for consideration of this bill. The Liberals continue to obstruct this bill, putting forward limitations on religious freedom in Bill C-9. Conservatives will continue to oppose those measures, but would like to ensure the safety and security of all Canadians by providing what we believe is a counterfeit version of what Canadians are demanding in terms of fixing Liberal bail, but we believe that the provisions at least would provide some level of protection. Will the House Leader give us an update as to when that might happen? Mr. Speaker, well, I'm on my feet. It is now the Christmas season, and this may be my last opportunity to stand in this House and thank all members for their dedication and support to their constituents. And as they return home, we hope that they'll have a safe holiday season. I do want to thank, Mr. Speaker, the pages who have dedicated hours to this House, to our service. I'd like We want to thank the table officers, the interpreters, and all staff that support us both here in the administration in the House as well as in our Hill and constituency offices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, the Chief Opposition Whip, for at least the festive part of that statement. And I will absolutely accept from him if he would like to stand and propose that Bill C-14 be read at all stages and passed. We will absolutely support that on this side of the House. But before discussing the business of the House, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to join with my honourable colleague to take this opportunity to thank all members of Parliament and their staff who work hard every day for Canadians, whether here in the House of Commons or in their ridings. I would also like to thank and wish a very happy holiday season, de très joyeuses fêtes et un joyeux...
Happy holidays and Merry Christmas to all those who help us here on Parliament, here every day.
Les interprètes,
the interpreter,
the PPS, and I must say, Mr. Speaker, if you'll allow me, many of whom are resident in my own riding of Gatineau, which I continue to be very, very proud to represent in this House. Et sur ce, Monsieur le Président, il y a eu...
And there has been consultation amongst the party, and the House will give its unanimous consent to the following motion. That, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, A, Bill C-4, an act respecting certain affordability measures for Canadians and other measure, be deemed read a third time and passed on division, and that the opposition from the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands be noted. B, Bill C-13, an act to implement the protocol on the accession of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership be read a second time on division and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. C, Bill C-12, an act respecting certain measures related to the security of Canada's borders and the integrity of the Canadian immigration system, and respecting other related security measures, be deemed read a third time and passed on division, and that the opposition for the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands be noted. D, that following the adoption of this order, the House shall immediately proceed to the consideration of private members' business, and during that time, no quorum calls, no dilatory motions or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair. E. No proceedings pursuant to Standing Order 38 be taken up today. And finally, Mr. Speaker, F. When the House adjourns later this day, it shall stand adjourned until Monday, January 26, 2026, provided that for the purpose of Standing Order 28, it shall be deemed to have sat on Friday, December 12th, 2025. Merry Christmas, Mr. Speaker. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay.
D'accord.
Agreed. The House has heard the motion. All those who are opposed to the motion, please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the bloc, we're going to Colleagues, we're not done yet.
Je demanderai.
I would ask colleagues who are leaving the chamber to do so quickly and silently, please.
OK. Yeah. OK, on va donner la.
We're going to give the floor now to the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the members who are here. Please speak quietly. Hello. They are still chatting with colleagues, but it is time now to continue with House proceedings. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps I could have, well, to follow up on the holiday wishes of my colleagues, the Bloc would wish also to wish a Happy New Year to all Quebecers, to our colleagues, to all parties and their personnel, to all the House personnel, so all the clerks' teams, the analysts, the pages, the Parliamentary Protective Services, the welcoming cafeteria team, our maintenance team, the IT and computer teams, the Sergeant-at-Arms teams, and last and not the least, who are going through a tough time lately, it's the interpreters. We're thinking about them, with whom we have a very special relationship. Best wishes to everyone. Thank you.
Anyone else? What's the writing? Yeah. The honourable member for, I'll get to the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway, but I believe the honourable member for Provencher has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday and Tuesday of this week, my votes were recorded in error, and I'd like them stricken from the record.
Noted. Is there a form for that? Yeah.
53.
To thank the honourable member for Provencher. Pursuant to Standing Order 45 and in line with precedents of members inadvertently voting when they should not have, I wish to inform the House that a corrigendum will be published in today's journals and that the results of divisions number 53, 54, and 55 in the journals of December 8th and 9th, 2025, as well as the other records, will thereafter be corrected by removing the members' votes. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the New Democratic Caucus and my colleagues, I would also like to extend our best wishes this holiday season to all members of the House, all of the staff on the Hill, and I can't do better than my colleague from the block who I think enumerated all of the very many people who every day not only make this place work, but provide such a foundational support for Canadian democracy. So on behalf, I wish everybody a Merry Christmas, best of the holiday season to everybody, and have a safe and happy holidays.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Party of Canada, and moi-même comme chef.
And myself as leader, I wish everyone the best wishes for the season, for this holiday season.
Joyeux Noël.
Merry Christmas.
Happy Hanukkah. And to everyone, whether you have a faith, and I do have a profound faith, and look forward to celebrating the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ, I also recognize that people of no faith, different faiths, are all bound together here in this place by our common love of country and our commitment to work for democracy, which is under threat all around the world this Christmas season. So to everyone, and particularly, everybody's mentioned already, our wonderful interpreters, our wonderful pages, the students who deserve to have a great Christmas at home with their families, and every one of my dear friends here in this place, chaque député.
Every member.
Please be safe this holiday season. Come back. And when we resume Parliament, let's start with a spirit of shared commitment and cooperation. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy holidays.
Merci.
Thank you. Colleagues, before we adjourn, I would like to take a moment to thank all of the House of Commons personnel and wish them very happy holidays. Without their commitment and professionalism, it would be very difficult for the House to function on a daily basis.
Keep our workplace clean and safe, to cafeteria, restaurant, and catering staff, to our Parliamentary Protective Service, the bus drivers, interpreters, translators, pages, table officers, committee clerks, administrative staff, IT and communications professionals, research analysts and Library of Parliament staff, protocol officers and exchange officers, and everyone else who is here to serve Parliament. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Please know that your work matters and that through your excellence you make the House of Commons work in the service of Canada's parliamentary democracy.
I hope that the next weeks will give the opportunity to rest a bit and to spend wonderful time with your loved ones.
Parliament take time over the coming weeks to reconnect with their constituents back in their ridings. I hope that you will also take the time to reconnect to what is most important to you. Ainsi, nous serons de retour à la.
We will be back to the House at the end of January, refreshed and ready to get back to work for Parliament and Canadians. I wish you all very happy holidays.
Holiday, and we will see you back on January 26th. Merci à tous.
Thank you, everyone.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. It being 3:50, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-234, Living Donor Recognition Medal Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to a private member's bill brought forward by my colleague, the member for Edmonton Manning. His bill proposes something simple: a national medal of recognition for every living organ donor in Canada to raise awareness and education about the power of living donation. My family has lived with the cruelty of Alport syndrome, a genetic disease that steals kidney function. Generation after generation, it has been a quiet, constant shadow of our family. I grew up with adults speaking in hushed tones about test results, doctor's appointments, and the next person whose kidneys were beginning to fail. When I was a little girl, my dear grandmother, Magdalena Vicencio, died on my bed. I remember the sounds of adults crying around me. I remember the heaviness in the room. And I remember not fully understanding what had happened, but knowing that our family had lost another fight in a long war. My uncle, Jose Gabriel Cobeña, died too. And now my cousins, the next generation, have been fighting the same battle. Both brothers needed transplants as teenagers. The eldest received a kidney from his father, but the father only had one to give. And so the younger brother, at 19 years old, had no donor match. There is nothing more frightening than waiting to see whether someone you love will live or die. Nothing. Death appeared close, and with each passing day, even closer. And then something extraordinary happened. My brother.
You got it. Oh, this is Sandra.
My brother, Gabriel Cobeña, stepped forward. He was young, healthy, with his whole life ahead of him. And he said, "Test me. If I am a match, he will not die." And although these words may sound simple, it wasn't. My cousin was in Ecuador in a very delicate state, so weak he couldn't travel. If this transplant was going to happen, it would have to be in a public hospital where there is no hot water, no toilet seats, no modern comforts, just faith and the courage that only God puts into the hearts of ordinary people. My brother walked into the surgery knowing the risks were high. He walked in knowing the complications were common. He walked in knowing that in that hospital, donating a kidney could very well be a death sentence. But he did it anyway. For 4 hours, we waited. 4 hours of pure agony, praying with every breath that God would guide the surgeon's hands. Praying that both young men, my brother and my cousin, would come out alive. And by the Lord's mercy, they did. My cousin recovered. He finished university, and in this past summer, he got married. My brother, my brave, selfless brother, gave him a future he would have never had. He too got married and has 2 handsome young sons. And so when I speak about this bill, I speak with the deepest of convictions, because my father, Gilmer Cobeña, who donated his kidney to his mother, is a hero. My brother, Gabriel Cobeña, is a hero. The sponsor of this bill, the member for Edmonton Manning, who donated part of his liver to his son, Tyler, is a hero. And every Canadian who has given an organ so that someone else can live is a hero. This medal is about recognizing that among us walk women and men who have offered a part of their own body so that another human being might get one more sunrise, one more breath, one more chance at life. This bill simply allows Canada to say, "We see you, we honor you, you are the best of us."
This is a moment for every Canadian to feel proud of this House because together, across all parties, we are standing in unity to support this private member's bill, reflecting our shared commitment to the people we serve. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Honoré Mercier. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her wonderful speech. Mr. Speaker, Quebec lost one of its biggest photojournalists, Jacques Nadeau. For more than 30 years, he has expressed Quebec society through his camera with great sensibility. I also lost a friend. For years, Jacques and I often discussed when we went to the gym in the morning. We had conversations about politics, and I found that he had great warmth, and I will miss that. So I offer my sincere condolences to his family, to his spouse, his loved ones, and all of the journalistic community. Thank you, Jacques. Mr. Speaker, I also rise today to support Bill C-234, an act to establish and award a Living Donor Recognition Medal. This bill recognizes the courage, generosity, and profound humanity of Canadians who choose to donate an organ during their lifetime. It creates a national distinction to honor those who have made what the preamble calls rightly the gift of life.
Selfless acts a person can undertake. It is not compelled. It offers no material reward, and it often is carried with medical risk. Living donors step forward not for recognition, not for reward, but because they believe in the value of another human life. As the bill notes, they often do so at personal risk and with no expectation of reward. Their actions save lives and strengthen our communities by reminding us of the compassion and solidarity that define Canada at its best. These are not small virtues. They are very qualities that strengthen our social fabric. When a Canadian chooses to donate an organ, they are also saving a life. They are also helping families stay whole and reminding communities across the country of what is possible when people act with kindness. Their actions inspire us. They set an example for all of us in this House and for all Canadians, especially my colleague from Edmonton. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are rightly proud of those who perform these acts of extraordinary generosity. But pride alone is not enough. Bill C-234 proposes a formal mechanism, a national honorary distinction, to ensure that their contributions are publicly recognized and celebrated. This is a thoughtful and meaningful initiative, and I would like to thank the sponsor of this bill for introducing legislation that shines a light on the silent heroes amongst us.
Selon le registre canadien.
Mr. Speaker, according to the Kai-Hai Organ Donor Registry, in 2023, 50,000 Canadians were living with terminal kidney failure. And of those individuals, around 30,000 were under dialysis, while many had received a kidney transplant. More than 4,000 Canadians are waiting for an organ transplant, and 71% of them were waiting for kidneys. These are not just statistics. These are real people, our neighbors, friends, and loved ones.
2024, 691 Canadians were removed from the transplant wait lists. Every year, hundreds of patients waiting on a life-saving organ transplant are removed from waiting lists due to declining health or due to the development of other health issues. Unfortunately, many Canadians also die while waiting for a transplant. It's a sad reality. Every one of those lives lost is a stark reminder of the urgency of this issue. Dialysis, while life-sustaining, is not a long-term solution. The 5-year survival rate for dialysis patients is only 45%, compared to 92% for kidney transplant recipients. A transplant not only doubles life expectancy, but dramatically improves quality of life. For patients, a successful transplant often means returning to work, regaining independence, and reclaiming a sense of normalcy. Mr. Speaker, the case for increasing living organ donation is clear. Demand continues to grow, and every person on a wait list represents a life on hold, a family in distress, and a community affected. Living donations often offer better outcomes and reduce pressure on dialysis programs. In 2023, the average wait time for a living donor kidney was 1.5 years, compared to 3.9 years for a deceased donor kidney. But there's another dimension we must address. That's equity. Health Canada reports that access to living donor kidney transplants among South Asian, African, Caribbean, and Black populations is 50 to 75% lower than the national average. This disparity underscores the need for targeted awareness and culturally sensitive outreach. While living donation is not a complete solution, where we can recognize the impact of living donors, we can help catalyze change by raising awareness and inspiring action. La reconnaissance a de l'importance.
Recognition is important. It is not only symbolic, it is also transformative when we celebrate the stories of donors. We debunk myths and fears around organ donation, and we make it accessible and concrete. Inspiration leads to action. Sharing the stories of donors leads to a narrative. It enables other people to consider donation. Encouragement also leads to change. As awareness rises, participation will also rise. To increase the pool of donors means that we can save more lives. Recognition, whether through public distinctions or personal gratitude, is a deep affirmation of a donor's generosity. And the recognition shows these donors, as well as the country, that their good action is important.
Minds remains committed to supporting patients, families, and donors. They work closely with provincial and territorial partners, national organizations such as the Canadian Blood Services and the Canadian Society for Transplantation, clinicians, researchers, and also Indigenous communities, all with a patient-centered approach. In 2024, Health Canada launched the Pan-Canadian Governance Framework for organ donation and transplantation. As part of this, Health Canada advocated for the creation of Patient Advocate Advisory Committee, providing an independent platform for those who lived experience to inform policy and improve systems. These efforts ensure that the voices of patients, of families, and donors are heard and respected. Stakeholders consistently emphasize the importance of recognizing living donors. Organizations such as the Kidney Foundation of Canada and countless individuals with lived experience have told us that recognition really matters. It validates their sacrifice and encourages others to follow their example. Trop de Canadiens ont un besoin urgent de greffe d'organes.
Too many Canadians are in urgent need of these vital organ transplants. Every week, around 4 people die while waiting for a transplant. Increasing the number of living donors is a crucial step in order to save lives and improve quality of life. And recognizing these donors can have a real impact. Mr. Speaker, I would invite all members to consider the profound impact of living donors. Together, we can build a system that will not only save lives, but which will also celebrate the generosity of living donors. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the prise de débat, the honourable member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to speak about the important piece of legislation, Bill C-234. First, I'd like to take a moment to recognize my friend, a Conservative colleague, and the member of Edmonton Manning as the sponsor of this bill. His hard work, dedication, and personal experience with living organ donation is truly inspiring. This bill supports a low-cost solution that can have a huge impact for Canadians. I believe that Bill C-234 can be supported by all parties in this House, by all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, every Canadian has their own personal experience with health. Regardless of age, sex, culture, or background, our health and well-being determine how well we live our lives. Every day, our actions directly affect our health, from taking daily vitamins to watching our diet, or making some time for exercise. We take actions because our health impacts our quality of life. At the end of the day, we all have to have is our health. While many Canadians are fortunate to lead healthy lives, there are many who struggle with health challenges. Unfortunately, we all know friends, family members, neighbors who have spent months or even years facing serious health issues, fighting terminal illness or chronic disease. Here in Canada, we must recognize that our healthcare system is broken. Right now, 6.5 million Canadians don't have access to a family doctor. Canada is short at least 23,000 doctors and 60,000 registered nurses. Healthcare workers are burnt out from millions of hours of overtime. Emergency rooms are closing across the country. And a recent report by Canadian Institute for Health Information revealed that between April 2024 and March 2025, there were more than 16 million unscheduled emergency department visits in Canada. 16 million, Mr. Speaker. That's up from almost 15.5 million in the previous year. It's a harsh reality, but we must recognize that Canadians are literally dying as they wait for care. But not all Canadians are waiting in the same line. Some Canadians have needs that cannot be met with a doctor's appointment or getting a prescription. This brings me to the key component of Bill C-234. Right now, there are 4,700 Canadians on a wait list to receive a life-saving organ transplant. A common misunderstanding is that life-saving organs can only come from deceased donors, but that's not true. Canadians may not realize how living organ donation works. Living organ donors have and continue to bravely step up and give all or part of their own organ for those who need it. Part of this process depends on availability of organs, which is based on medical compatibility between the donor and the recipient. That means, depending on the organ, the donor organ must match the blood type, tissue type, and the size to ensure it's accepted by the body of the recipient. After this donation, these heroes would then recover and continue on with their lives. Bill C-234 seeks to formally recognize those brave living organ donors by recognizing this priceless gift they gave. Bill C-234 establishes the formal presentation of a medal by a representative of the Crown, a senator, or a member of Parliament. The legislation honors those individuals who have donated one or more organs here in Canada. Unfortunately, Canada's organ donation rate is low. Having a formal process of recognition would shed light on this problem and encourage more people to give. We know there are 4,700 people currently on the transplant wait list, and each of their lives is at risk. They could be our family, our friends, or our neighbors. Anyone, regardless of their health, can suddenly require an organ donation and have their name added to this list. Added to the list. Living organ donors give the gift of life. I want to highlight the impact that they have on lives they save. Of the 4,700 people in need of an organ, 75% specifically require a kidney transplant. Living organ donors are special because they can meet this demand. That's because despite being born with 2 kidneys, the human body can survive on just 1. And we can also safely donate part of our liver as it will continue to grow back and function. Regardless of the situation, life for Canadians waiting to receive an organ donation is extremely challenging. Needing a donation means their lives are on hold and their health outcomes get worse the longer they wait. I would like to look specifically at individuals on the wait list for kidney transplant. They represent 3/4 of the 4,700 individuals on the wait list. Without a functioning kidneys, they could be forced to undergo multiple dialysis treatments every week just to stay alive. Each treatment causes stress and takes hours of their time. I represent the constituency of Riding Mountain, a region of Manitoba that is larger than the province of Nova Scotia. Patients and their families needing dialysis in our area could be forced to drive hours just to get to a facility where they could receive the treatment. In most cases, these people would also need to take time away from their jobs. This may add financial strain on top of a heavy emotional toll that comes with this difficult process. Each person on the wait list are living these realities. That's why the generosity of one person is so remarkable and life-changing. A living organ donor can volunteer to sign up for a donation, be tested to find a medical match, schedule and have their surgery, and then continue leading a healthy and normal lifestyle after donating. You think about that. A single organ donation can save a life, freeing a fellow Canadian on the wait list and their family from this immense burden of uncertainty. Canadians already do this. They give without compensation for their life-saving donation. It's hard to imagine a more significant example of generosity and compassion than a person volunteering to give a piece of themselves to a person in need. Canadians have a proud reputation for being kind and a long history of organ and tissue donation. The priceless value of life and the special connection that exists between the organ donor and the recipient cannot be overstated. One remarkable act can extend another person's precious life and drastically improve the quality of it. And yet, Mr. Speaker, here in Canada, we do not have a process for formally thanking these brave heroes for their gifts. When I think of the sacrifice, I think of our men and women in uniform. Whether military or first responders, they are exceptionally brave every day. We recognize these individuals for their continued service to Canada. We recognize volunteers and those who are generous in their name of a good cause. But we don't have a formal process to acknowledge living organ donors. I believe these donors exemplify each of these characteristics, and they deserve more than a simple thank you. But recognizing these individuals is just one part of the potential that this Bill C-234 would be passed. Bill C-234 can also be a source of education for Canadians who may not realize how to sign up to be a living organ donor. It can help with misunderstandings about organ donations. By honoring those who successfully donated, we can spark public awareness to encourage more conversations about donation. Mr. Speaker, a crucial recognition that Bill C-234 will put into law does not just honor those who have donated. I believe it will inspire others to donate as well. If more Canadians know about living donation as well as a way to contribute, the wait list can shrink. More donations means less people waiting for an organ donation while their lives are at risk. It means getting them out of the hospital beds and back to being productive members of society. It means they can work again and live with dignity they deserve. It also means there are thousands of healthcare dollars can be spent on treatments like dialysis. It can open up more hospital beds when Canadians need them. As Canada faces significant challenges with our healthcare capacity, it is important to seek simple solutions. Bill C-34 is the solution. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask to pass this bill unanimously.
I have to ask the member to be very clear. Is that member asking for unanimous consent to pass this unanimously? Is it so? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is the House agreed to hear the motion? Yes? Yes. Agreed. Is the House, now that the House has heard the terms of the motion, is the House agreed with passing this? Yes? Yes. Agreed and so ordered.
Second reading of this bill. Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
That it's referred to the standing committee.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
Yes, I do.
It being 4:16, pursuant to order made earlier today, the House stands adjourned until Monday, January 26, 2026 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 28-2 and 24-1. Merry Christmas.